had on everybody individually joining in this. But beyond that, of course, to the school generally, guiding principles, ideas that Mark has developed drive much of our executive education, much of our thinking in the degree programs, but also is obviously also apparent, it's had a huge influence beyond the Kennedy School in terms of thinking about public administration, public policy. How do you get public officials to take ownership of their own work, to think about it, the frameworks, the creativity that is there? One of the first things I remember coming here is looking at the case of the librarian. And can such a tiny little thing lead to such an enthralling and erudite set of discussions and issues? And certainly Mark has seen us leading through those kinds of discussions. And it's really been enthralling to watch that. I've used basic principles from Mark. I've stolen them, plagiarized them, whatever you like to call it, for our programs overseas with officials from China, from Indonesia. And fortunately, on some occasions, Mark was able to join us in those programs. And it's always been an engaging conversation. I just want to give you my thanks for everything you've done for the school, for myself personally, and for the whole field that we're looking at over the course of today. It's helped me certainly think through a number of difficult challenges, not necessarily even related to work, but also framing sort of challenges that I see evolving around us. Well, shortly I'm going to hand over to Hannah, who's going to be running this first panel, but I do have a few practical things that I have to point out. And if anyone has a logistical question, we have Melissa here, we have Chrissy over here, we have Julie Ann here, we have Sarah over there, we have Tanya here. So don't come to me because I have no clue about what is going on, but they will be able to help. The most important thing is, where are the bathrooms? Well, the bathrooms are down there onto the third floor below where Melissa is standing. Also, we do have a virtual audience tuning into this. So if you do make comments, we would prefer you to use the microphone or at least someone repeat a question or a comment if it was raised, so that those listening virtually will be able to do that. Also, we're recording today's sessions, but that's for archival purposes. That recording is not going to be made public, but you would be able to access it on request should you so wish. The photographer will be here through much of the day. And if you haven't already done so, modern technologies beyond me, there's a QR code that you can just do there instead of signing with pen and paper to let us know who's actually attended for today. Also, for those who are with us in person, we do have a guest book. Where Julianne is, sorry. And if people would like to sign into that, if you'd like to write any comments, please feel free to do so. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Henny Ryle-Bowles, who is the Roy E. Larson Senior Lecturer in Public Policy Management here. She's also the co-director, of course, for the Center for Public Leadership, as well as the Women in Public Policy program. And she's going to be moderating.
Thank you very much, Tony. And before we get started, I actually want to put out an enormous thanks to the ASH Center staff. You guys have really pulled off an extraordinary event here, and credit to the assist from the CPL faculty in making this possible. Truly grateful. This is a very important day for everyone here, and we are grateful for your making that happen. I am really honored and excited to be chairing this panel because it's going to be an opportunity to look into the roots of Mark's work, as well as give you a vision of Mark's myriad contributions to scholarship, to practice, and to pedagogy. So without further ado, let me introduce, I want to first actually say apologies. Sandrine cells was hoping to be with us today, and she wanted to be with us with enthusiasm, but she is among those afflicted with COVID. This is a sign of the times. And I think some of her compatriots are going to be Zooming in with us later today, who are also afflicted, but still functioning. So let me start with Dutch Leonard. Dutch is Mark's longtime friend and intellectual partner, joint faculty at here at the Kennedy School and at the Harvard Business School. He is the George F. Baker Professor of Public Management at HKS and the Elliott I. Snyder and Family Professor of Business Administration at HBS. Dutch is also co-chair of the HBS Social Enterprise Initiative. Much of his current work focuses on crisis leadership, performance management, and corporate social responsibility. Here, I also have with us Matt Andrews. Matt Andrews is the Edward S. Major Senior Lecturer in International Development here at HKS. He is the Faculty Director of Building State Capacity, which is a program in the Center for International Development here at HKS. He is an extraordinary pedagogical innovator as well as leader, scholarly leader in that tradition of praxis, right, and the interface of the practice of management, public management and leadership, and the study of it. And so very much in the spirit of Mark's tradition, we are so excited and honored to have you here and to also talk about your collaborations with Mark. And then with joy, let me introduce, zooming in from over the pond, John Bennington, another longtime friend and collaborator of both Dutch and Mark's, actually. So John is Emeritus Professor of Public Policy and Management at Warwick University Business School in the UK. Among his publications, many, I'm just going to pluck out a co-edited volume with Mark on public value, theory and practice. Relevant to this discussion, John actually entered academia with already 20 years of public management experience. And so he brought that lens to his scholarly work. And reflecting that, he has founded at least a half dozen different research centers, institute, or professional networks that allow the sharing and generation of knowledge about public management, again, across, in exchange between executives and scholars. And so let me start off. What I'd like to do is I've asked the panelists to start off talking about ideas, and then we're gonna, the conversation will degenerate into personal reflections. But I know you want an exchange of ideas, Mark, so I promise to hold us to that before we got into roaring laughter. Okay, so Dutch, I'm going to ask you to explain. Could you explain some of the intellectual roots and the contributions of the public value perspective? Why is this important?
Thank you, Hannah, and thank you all for being here, and thanks for this opportunity. I was once in one of our classrooms, and at the end of the course, we were all going around giving thanks. And this Native American student of ours spread his arms and tilted his head back and said in his native Seneca language, "Today I give the thanks that fills the universe." Isn't that a lovely idea? So today I give the thanks that fills the universe, that we are all gathered here to do this now, while Mark is still among us in the saddle and still driving us hard, because the ideas are only partly there. We've still got a ways to go. I have a very simple version of the story I'm going to tell you, and then I'll elaborate briefly. But the simple version is that Mark was born intellectually into a two-circle theory world. And he decided that that wasn't enough circles. Does this sound like Mark to you? Not enough circles. And so he added a third circle. And this is a profound change in our thinking about how we understand who public managers are, or what they are supposed to do, and how this is supposed to work. So let me elaborate. In the beginning, there was public administration. And public administration was a two-circle theory. And the people looked at it, and they thought it was good. And the first circle was the circle, like Mark, I can't talk without drawing. And the first circle was the circle of the people who were elected, generally legislative, but sometimes also executive elected officials, who were supposed to define, they were charged with the job of defining what was good. And so that was the first circle. And Mark would later call them the authorizers, were designated as the people who were to say what was good. And this was the first circle. And the second circle was the circle of the public administrator. This was the circle Mark would later call capacity. And the public administrator stood in the second circle with her or his or their resources. And their job was to take the resources they had and to try to do what was good. So that had been defined for them, and their job was simply to move these resources, the resources they had, or to seek new resources or maybe invent new resources and figure out how to get the capacity to do what was good. This is a very simple idea and a very technical idea of what public administrators were supposed to do. And it's an unconflicted world and a relatively easy job. All you have to, when they say, we want a bridge, all you have to say is how wide and where do you want it, and then to build it. That may not be an easy thing, but it's a lot easier than the job that Mark gave them. So Mark looked upon this and he said, not enough circles. Mark realized that there was no good reason to think that the authorizers were always going to be right, that the authorizers would know. How would they know what public value, as he would come to call it, actually was? How would we know whether the authorizers knew? How were they supposed to find out? And what if they were wrong? So to this relatively simple story, Mark added a third circle, dividing the public value circle from the circle of authorization, or the authorizing environment, as he would come to call it. Now, there's work to be done. First, there's work to be done in trying to understand what's the relationship among each of these three things. Out of this is born the strategic triangle, which is the triangle of value and capacity and the authorizing environment. And the question is, what is the relationship among these three nodes? Who is supposed to do what, and how do we influence this? Well, now the public manager has a very different job. Given that we now no longer are defining public value as whatever the authorizers think it is, there's a question of what it is and how we find it. And Mark's insight was both that the authorizers might not know or might not easily be able to find out. But the other insight, and this was also a profound observation, is that the public administrator, now renamed public manager. By the way, the title of my chair doesn't make sense in the era before Mark. The title of my chair is Chair in Public Management. So the public manager, now redefined, is someone who is taking a positive role in trying to seek, trying to find, where does public value lie? And Mark's insight was that the public manager might, by virtue of her or his perspective, his or her being closer to the problem and working with the problem, might have insight about this that the authorizers did not have. Well, if they did, then what? Well, then they would have to maybe work on the idea of trying to find an observation here. These are fuzzy, ambiguous, not clearly, sharply, well-defined circles. We have a pretty good fix on what our capacity is. We are quite uncertain often about what public value actually is. And so now there is a conversation. There are different people bringing different views, and there's a question for the public manager. Immediate questions arise for the public manager. Obviously, I still want to try to be moving capacity toward where we think value is, but maybe I should work on trying to change the authorizing environment. Maybe I should try to work on trying to persuade these authorizers that they have it wrong, that there is something else that they should take account of. Maybe I should also be trying to find ways to discover where there is public value, how to define, or how, if I can look in a different way, I may be able to find different possibilities of things that we can do. Two questions immediately arise. I've provided different versions of this theory around the world, courtesy of Tony Sage in China and a whole variety of other countries. Always these same two questions arise. The first question is, on what basis would the public manager formulate her or his or their idea about what public value is? First of all, who selected or appointed them? Where do they get this? And why do they feel authorized to have a view? Where does that come from? That's something that Mark had to fill in. Why should, basically because it will be the better world, but it's a more complicated job for the public manager, surely, to be answering that question. So first of all, what makes you feel authorized to do it? Second, on what basis, on what valid basis would you formulate your idea of what public value actually is? And then the third question is, how aggressive should you be in trying to advance yours when, after all, there is this group of people over here who were, under the democratic structure or whatever it was, authorized to try to articulate what they thought was public value. And they, in some sense, hold at least some of the authorizing cards. So now this is not a technical job, this is a strategic job. And this is a profound shift in the way we think about what public managers are supposed to do. It also is a profound shift in what the skill set is that they are going to need, because they're going to need to be strategic and political, small p political, maybe even in some circumstances, big P political, to shift where the authorizing environment is. So that's a fundamentally different idea. And that idea cascades down through everything that we do. It cascades down through our research and trying to understand what public managers are doing. It cascades down through our teaching to try to tell our students about and to develop the skills. And Mark has been profoundly engaged in every aspect of that, in the research, in the teaching, in the driving of the curriculum, of changing the curriculum of the Kennedy School to embrace this more general view, this much broader, profoundly different, more animated, more demanding view of what public managers have to do. This, to me, is the legacy. The legacy is to have given us, intellectually born into a two-circle world. Mark developed for us a three-circle world. I, by the way, never lived in the two-circle world. Mark was already here. The strategic triangle was already here at the Kennedy School when I arrived. It took me a long time to understand how profound this generational change had been, of going from from two circles all the way to three. And so I think for me, this is the legacy, and these are the ideas, and they continue to animate our discussions and arguments. And there's one further legacy, which was the legacy of inspiration. Mark inspired all of us as researchers, all of us as teachers, and our many thousands, tens of thousands of students around the world, inspired to have this different view of what public managers can do to help the society find and then produce public value. So the manager gets the job of working all three circles, of trying to move capacity toward value, where value is, trying to define where value is, and trying to influence the authorizing environment to understand this. That's a profoundly different job and a much greater demand, a demand that Mark placed upon us and places upon all of those out there. So I'll close also in gratitude. For me to be here with you causes my heart to soar like a hawk. You have always been my mentor in this, and for this, I'm eternally grateful.
Could I move to you, Matt, to talk about how these ideas have been implied by scholars, educators, and public managers in the development context?
Sure. Thank you. I'm not going to draw any pictures, but if I did draw a picture, it would be of how I understood public management or public administration to be in the development context because of where I came from. I started off as an economist, and I started working in development in the early 1990s when the major way of thinking about this was informed by the economic new institutionalist theorists. And these guys essentially said, as I understood it, create the right rules and people will behave themselves. Very importantly, we don't really want politicians making political decisions, and we don't want public administrators being corrupt. That literally was my understanding of the world. So if I were to draw that, I would say, let's take the circles out and let's just make a big box around the whole system and make sure the box has all of the right rules and norms so that there's really no agency involved, right? And I remember when I started working in development, one of the things that I ran into was people constantly looking for this kind of set of rules or set of technocratic processes that solve the problem of people. And I was once in Azerbaijan, and the deputy minister of finance said to me, what we really need is we need a mechanism that can tell us where to put the country's money. And so I said to him, well, let's think about what your budget formulation process looks like. Let's think about, what kind of documentation you use and how do you get people thinking about where they spend money. And he said, I don't think you understand me. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, no, I'm looking for a computer program that we can just kind of put like variables in and it'll tell us what to do. And I think that's kind of where things were. And it was almost, let's get people out of the system as much as possible. And it was interesting because, as I said, it was kind of new institutional thinking, but only from the economic perspective. And I think that they'd lost some of the thinking of people like Selznick. They'd lost the thinking of people who I think were institutionalists, but maybe not like to me, I think Hirschman was one of the first people who described institutions as not just the rules, but the people who lived within the rules, who also created the rules and the interaction of the system and the people. And that's kind of what created the product. I first engaged with the public value work when I was working at the World Bank, and one of my supervisors called Anwar Shah, who was a little bit of a crazy fellow. If Anwar was working here, I think he would appreciate it. And he used to describe me as his greatest hindrance. And I don't know why, but he constantly gave me work, but he would literally call down the passage to the hindrance. And he once called me and he said, there's someone working on a thing called public value. And I want to write a chapter on how public value relates to development. And I remember the first conversation I had with Mark was a very grumpy Mark Moore, who was telling me that we really, and Mark wouldn't even remember this conversation, but told me that we didn't understand it at all. And partly because what we were trying to do was we were trying to kind of take the public value theory and put it into this approach where we were saying, what does Mark say about kind of what these guardrails should look like and how do we create rules? And Mark was saying, no, I'm talking about what happens in the system. And I'm talking about the people in the system, and I'm talking about agency. And it's not just about us creating a system for a people, it's about us understanding the people in the system. And to me, that was kind of probably one of the reasons why I ended up leaving the World Bank, is I bought it. I really got to see that this was all about the people that we engaged with. And probably from those early conversations with Mark, I started when I was in country, not just saying, what should we be telling them, but saying, what are they telling me? What are they telling me about how they work? What are they telling me about how they interact with rules? What are they telling me about how the rules don't work for them? And I started developing this approach of kind of listening to the people in the system, whether it was the political authorizers, who I shouldn't have been listening to because, they're really corrupt and bad people, and the bureaucrats who I shouldn't be listening to because, I should just be creating the rules in which they work. And I think I started engaging with them and realizing this is not just about kind of those rules, it's about the agency. And development, I think, has moved in a sense slowly, because it's a big kind of, Titanic of a sector, but to kind of see that and to see that it is the people who are involved. And I think that that's a very different way of conceptualizing public management. It's an incredibly different way of conceptualizing development. Because in development, we don't only have the problem that we want to have the dichotomy of the politicians and the administrators. For a long time, I think there was this very colonial view of development that looked at developing countries and said, you can't be responsible for your own future. And I think that what Mark's work does for development is more than what Mark's work does in developed countries. Because I think it takes us away from that patriarchal colonial view and say, you are your future. The people who are in a context are the future of that place. They are public managers. They need to be given the future of their country, and they need to be trusted with it, and they need to be given the responsibility of making it work. And I think that the strategic triangle, the idea of doing that is what empowers a view of kind of how that is done. But to me, that isn't even the strategic triangle. The theory of public value is not the most valuable thing. It's the focus on the people in the system and saying, you need to make this. From a personal perspective, I think Mark also brings that into the classroom and into the school, and he hired me. I don't really know why Harvard hired me, right? I came from practice. I remember in my job talk, someone who I won't name said to me, who is your favorite manager in the world, or who's your favorite leader? And my answer was Thomas Magnum from Magnum PI. And it was because I just hadn't seen anybody else who was a better example, And the reason why is that I saw this guy. I don't know if anyone remembers the TV series, but I think he owned like a very, very little, but he drove a Ferrari, lived in a mansion on the beach, solved every case, and had incredible friends. And I saw somebody who had agency, and his life was about kind of making things happen and engaging with people, and probably most importantly, doing it within a community. And I think that Mark saw in me that nexus of someone who thinks about the world, but also knows how to be in the world, and recognized that a school like the Kennedy School is not just dedicated to teaching people who work in public management, but it's also dedicated to learning from people who work in that place. And that when we do our jobs the best, it's going to be when we bring those two things together. And so, Mark, I'm just really grateful that you kind of found a place for me here. I've been here a long time now. And when I came and through the period that I've been here, you've also kind of kept me here. And I know that at times that has not been an easy thing. And kept me here from the side of the school, you know, making sense of me to the school, but also making the sense to me of the school. I think that the vision of not just public manager, but the public manager that you bring, not just public management, but the public manager, is incredibly powerful and has changed the way that I viewed the world. And I think the way that many people view the world. And I think that when I watch you teaching, the thing that I see happening with the people in the room is that they come in and they live in this box and they haven't really been told that you need to actually move around in that box. And they've actually been disempowered and told you mustn't move around in that box. And I think what you do is you say to them, not only can you, but you must. That is how things work. And I think that you also get them to think a lot more about what that public value is, because at the end of the day, you know, I think that Dutch, really, you said it well, which one of the questions is kind of who gets to determine what that is. And I think that the answer to that, the only answer that I have is that everybody does in some kind of messy relational connection. And I think that everybody in the room starts to realize that they have a contribution and that they need to work on that. And I think that, you know, a lot of your work in the last little while has been about not only teaching the strategic triangle, not only teaching about public management, but teaching about collaboration. And I think that that's one of the things that I've learned from you and is all over my work now, because I don't see any way that we do public management without teaching the politicians, the bureaucrats, the citizens, everybody's how to work together. So thank you very much. I think this has been a huge impact on the world. And, you know, one of the things that is the most valuable about your work for me has been seeing how my colleagues in development, who are mostly economists, look at you and say, I need to listen to this guy. You know, the times that we've had sessions where you've had Ricardo Hausman, Lant Pritchett, myself, and all of these economists sitting and saying, you know, we don't fully understand what Mark is saying, but it's valuable, has been incredible. And that's not the kind of crossover you see very often in academia.
Political connections, just took it on yourself to say, you're going to need this intellectual training as well. And I don't really know what you're about and stuff like, but God damn it, I'm going to walk into the middle of that and try to make it happen. I thought, man, this is a guy we need.
John, I think you've been very well set up with the comments thus far. One thing I think you and I discussed that we were hoping you would highlight in your comments is you said to me, and I shared the perspective but we're not sure that all of Mark's friends and colleagues in Cambridge fully recognize what an international guru Mark is, particularly in Europe, and how, as you described it, there is an international faculty kind of formed around these ideas of public value. So may I launch you with that setup, and please share your perspective?
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to say again, as others have said, what an honor and a privilege it is to be invited to celebrate Mark's work. As Dutch said, too often these things happen after you've died. And it's wonderful that you've decided to celebrate his achievement while he's there. And I think this is a wonderful opportunity. I'd have come in person like a shot if I'd had the chance, but family illness has made that impossible. So thank you for factoring me in. Now, I want to say that I think one of the real pleasures of listening into you is that things have clearly changed. I retired from full-time academic work a good 10 years ago and have been concentrating on a voluntary project in South Sudan since then, where we have been applying public value and public leadership thinking. But at the time when I and my wife, Jean Hartley, who's also, I think, listening in here, were coming across to Harvard, we were taking part in a program that you cleverly designed called New England, Old England. And we brought a group of perhaps 20 or 30 of our Warwick MPA students to come and work alongside students, your practitioner students from New England, and were taught by people like Dutch and like Mark, not only a body of ideas, but a pedagogical method. And I think there was a period at that time when Mark was not just grumpy, but was feeling that he was on the margins of an institution, because the form of thinking and the form of pedagogical practice was not central either to a discipline or to a particular institution. And a number of us came to feel that. So I think what has happened over this last decade and more is that Mark's ideas have inspired, you could almost call them disciples across the world, people who found that the ideas are fresh, they ring bells for them, and they can take them away and test and apply them in different countries and different contexts. So we know that in England, for example, the ideas were brought right into the heart of the Prime Minister's Policy and Strategy Unit. Jeff Mulgan, whom I know is now working with you and may even be here today later, invited Mark and I to help run seminars right at the heart of the Cabinet Office and the Strategy Unit. And then we had government ministers like Chesa Jowl, who's sadly no longer alive, Minister of Culture, wanting to talk through in great detail with us how to apply public value thinking to this whole area of culture and media. And so there was a sense in which that body of ideas was being taken away from the academy right into the heart of governments who wanted to see change. And it was, I think, then that we started to see those ideas also rippling across in Australia and New Zealand. The Australia and New Zealand School of Government took Mark and others, Jean, me, Jeff Mulgan and others went and taught there alongside John Alford, the great leader of that Australia and New Zealand School of Government. And they were tested and applied and taken out across the whole of that country. I think it would be good to just honour John Alford here at the moment. I know that he was a great colleague, a loyal friend of Mark, sadly is suffering from very severe Parkinson's disease, unable to come, unable to teach, but he'd have been here as one of those strong, loyal disciples. In Europe as well, I think these ideas have been tested not just in the UK, but in Scandinavia, in the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, and in each of those places, the ideas are being adapted and carried forward in different ways. So you're now seeing a series of publications which are using the public value concept quite tightly, but modifying them because of the different political economic contexts in those countries. And I think one of the strengths of a body of ideas is that they can be adapted and developed and carried forward by others. They've almost become a school of thought and not just one product, as it were, which is exported, but a body of thought which has stimulated variants that have moved fast and furious. I've got a particular commitment and interest to their adaptation in Africa, and I'll say a bit more later. I remember vividly sitting in a small girls' school in the remote jungle in remote South Sudan, working with a group of teachers who were getting enormous numbers of instructions coming from a militarized government, and they did not know how to make a difference. And it was the strategic triangle drawn on a piece of paper and talked around the teachers' boardroom, which helped them to get a sense of public purpose. And you'll know, I think, that Mark's intellectual content is going to be honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award by his colleague Timo Meinhardt at a big international conference in Lisbon shortly. So I think that is a measure of the legacy. I just want to say a few words about why I think that's happened and how. I think the first thing is that every idea has been tested in practice, first in cases in the classroom, but also in practical application out in the field, as Matt talked about. So these practical projects for change have actually changed behaviors and thinking and policies and practices in the material world. And there are not really all that many academics who can look back and say that has happened. Most ideas have stayed in books and have not had that kind of leverage. And I've been thinking a lot about what kind of an academic and intellectual Mark is. And I take my reading from Isaiah Berlin's wonderful book, The Hedgehog and the Fox. Now, Isaiah Berlin is, of course, using a binary category there, dividing the world into hedgehogs and foxes. And I'll say in a minute that I think he needs to have a third circle, as Dutch has also suggested. We need to move beyond binary thinking there. But do you recognize this? Isaiah Berlin saying that the hedgehog is a person who relates everything to a single central vision, one system, less or more coherent or articulate. And he divides the world into people of this kind. And it should encourage you, Mark, if you are a hedgehog, that in that category, he includes Dante, Plato, Lucretius, Pascal, Hegel, Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, Ibsen, Proust, and I would say Mark more. Because Mark is someone who, over the period of time, has dug deep, deep, deep into the theory of public value and tried to work down into the depths of it. But it's interesting, isn't it, that it took someone from another culture, actually it was a Native American medical person, saying that you forget that there is a third thing. There's the hedgehog, there's the fox, but there's also the turtle. And I always enjoy the fact that many of Mark's lectures used to end with him saying that there were turtles all the way down. But here's this quote about the turtle from the North American medicine doctor. Turtles bury their thoughts, like their eggs, in the sand and allow the sun to hatch the little ones. And talking with Mark and Martha the other evening by Zoom, I had the sense that in retirement, Mark is not going to stop thinking big thoughts. His big mind will continue to spawn things. Indeed, every conversation we have, wherever it is, comes back to thinking about public value. But I think it may happen in a slightly different way, that some of them will be nurtured by the sun of retirement. He'll continue to think, but some of these will come through because of the warmth that is provided for that nurturing practice. And this is the point at which, just finally, I'd like to say that I think none of this could have happened without Martha, actually, and the family. It's become a kind of family firm, isn't it? They're all co-opted into working for the project. They're all editing books or promoting ideas and so on. And I know many of them are here tonight or today. But Martha is a remarkable person, and I think has helped to keep Mark rooted. First of all, she has always maintained a commitment to local politics in Boston and wherever they are. And she's tried to test ideas against the reality of local practice, lived practice. The second is she's got a formidable mind of her own. And I've had many reading lists from her that have shifted me forward in my thinking and helped me change some of mine. And the third is she's been very, very willing in a nurturing way to be the midwife to Mark's project. And I don't think Mark could have achieved that without that support, and he knows that. So I'd very much like to honor Mark, the hedgehog, the fox, the turtle, and Martha Moore and her family. It's been transformative for me and a pleasure to have known you as a friend, Mark.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Okay, I want to do, I don't know if we could do a lightning round, but we could do lightning round, Mark, more pace now. We'll do one little round of just memories, then we get to open things up a little bit. But just a you know, some memory looking back. It could be an individual memory. It could be a memory of a pattern of behavior that has left you with some lesson or insight, lasting lesson, insight that you carry with you. Not that we haven't covered some of those.
So I'll just start. I remember one of my first really clear memories of encounters with Mark was I was brought here. I was a young economist, Harvard Economics Department, recruited by the analytics group, and then Mark Moore shows up in my office. Why is Mark? You know, Mark is asking me to teach a course on financial management. Well, I thought I knew something about financial management. I was a public finance economist after all. What could there be to know? It's only, you know, a few details. Why not? And so I embarked upon this. And what I discovered was most financial management problems are not financial problems. They are management problems. And most management problems are not management problems. They're leadership problems. And it was Mark who drew me into that. And that was one of the first times I remember my ship turning, in effect. Because I was recruited by analytics, but it was Mark who showed me that the narrow focus on optimization that I had as an economist could actually work as a broader focus on a lot of other important, actually in many respects, more important problems. So I've always been grateful for that meeting in which I was induced onto my teaching path here.
I think I'll have three things. The first one was I remember when I first got here, and I was actually saying this to Dutch earlier. Dutch said to me, "Are you keeping up with your work?" or something to that effect. And I said, that isn't really a sensible thing for me to think about at the Kennedy School. You never keep up with the work. And I remember when I got here, I'd come from the World Bank, which is a big bureaucracy. And actually, one of the things that you really focused on was keeping up with your work. And I think that that's something that a lot of bureaucrats do, is you don't really want to be behind things because it makes you vulnerable. And so organizationally, it's an interesting strategy, is kind of, you know, be careful how much you commit to, make sure you're up to it. And I remember Mark saying to me something to the effect of, you know, Harvard is not like that. You should always be behind and you should always feel inferior. And and so I guess for me, it's kind of been helpful because I've always been behind and I've always felt inferior to people like Mark. I think second thing I remember was when I didn't get tenure. Having Mark spend time with me, say to me, come out to Belmont, spend time with me. Let's talk about your next steps. Let's talk about how you're doing, how you're feeling. It was a very difficult time, and Mark was very, very present in that time. to just help me kind of make sense of myself, help me make sense of the school, help me make sense of my career. And you know, the fact that you have a colleague who spends that time, who recognizes that it's needed, and who does that it was quite amazing to me. You know, anything was open for discussion in those conversations with Mark. And the third time, I've already alluded to it, was when Mark came and spoke to my economist friends in development. And I remember sitting up in the boardroom at CID and having people present, you know, these great theoretical, you know, views on how the world worked. And it's very much like what Dutch just said, where Mark kind of would almost boil it down to say, okay, but who's going to be involved? How's it going to happen? How are you going to mobilize those things? And it literally just brought some reality to conversations. And I'd spent so much time in those conversations listening to my colleagues and thinking, I don't really understand all the theory that they're presenting, and it seems kind of crazy, and I don't feel that I can really interject very much in a sensible way. And Mark always just interjected by saying, let's get real, tell me how it's going to happen. And so I kind of learned that as a device to use whenever I felt lost in the conversation, to say, let's bring it down to brass tacks. Let's do a Mark Moore on you and tell you what's the public value, what's the capacity, and who's going to be the authorizer. And I found that sometimes the people with the biggest ideas didn't really have any way of responding to those three questions because they hadn't thought about them. So Mark, you gave me a strategy to use whenever I did feel behind. That's helped me kind of get back onto track.
John, can you?
Yes.
Yes.
It's well, I guess one is in Ireland when Mark and I were invited by Owen Turbot, who was Chief Superintendent of Police, were invited to work with the army and the police around the demonstrations at Drumcree. And Mark came out to do a seminar for all the leading army people and the police together, and decided that he would start with a case study of the librarian. But for some reason, unexpectedly, simply couldn't get people to speak in the room. And it was going in a very cold and stilted way. And he whispered to me, what's going wrong? Why are we not connecting? What are we not getting across? And Owen Turbot whispered to me, I'm afraid in the army, no one can speak until the brigadier has spoken. So we had to nudge the brigadier to break the silence, and then the whole discussion took place really well. And it did reformulate completely Owen Turbot and the police and the army strategy for policing Drumcree demonstrations. And then I think, Dutch, you'll remember coming out on the second of those events when the Drumcree demonstration was actually taking place, and we were invited to be participant observers of this. And I remember being immensely impressed that these ideas were being implemented in front of us. And Dutch managed to not only be a good, cool commentator, but a pretty mean player of the guitar. And so he was laid back while this was going on, playing some wonderful songs. And I came to feel from that, these are seriously impressive people who come out with their ideas, are willing to see them tested in practice in difficult situations, but can do that participant observer role. That was nice. The other ones are more personal in that Mark and Martha have become good friends of me and my wife, Jean, and we've tended to bolt some holiday walking and talking on to all the work that they've ever done when they've come over to the UK. So we've walked and talked at great length across the Cotswolds, parts of Wales, Dorset and Devon, and also famously the North Highland Way. And I think my final comment is that my wife is a serious mountaineer and gets very bored when she's walking on the flat. So she peeled off to climb a mountain and said that she would catch us up later on. And at the top of the mountain, she managed to get a broadband signal or a phone signal. And Mark immediately texted that he wanted her to book a fish restaurant for us that night. And the most important thing was that we should get the clear sight and the clear signal so that we can get down and have a decent fish supper together. Mark is a good, he likes his food, he likes his talk, and is a great friend of a lifetime. And we value that preciously and hope that that will provide new opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we wanted to open things up a little bit to see if anybody, yes, Arthur, wonderful. Yes. John, this is Arthur Applebaum.
Oh my, Mark, the memories. So I want to provide some substance, and I'm going to offer a friendly amendment to Dutch's geometry, because I recall it slightly differently. How do I recall it? I arrived here, oh my God, 42 years ago, and I had two astonishing professors in that first year. One was Mark Moore teaching me strategic management, and Dutch, before Mark managed to convert him, was actually teaching me econometrics. This is before Dutch realized that there were less well-posed, messier, but in some respects, much more important problems to which he could apply his brilliant mind to. So I saw Dutch before Mark got to him. But I recall the origins of the strategic triangle and the circles slightly differently. Mark, you can correct us and adjudicate between my account and Dutch's. The way I recall this, Dutch, you're absolutely right that we had a triangle. We had 3 points, but they were simply points. And Mark's next innovation was to turn them into circles. And the important thing about turning them into circles is the circles could move around. And what Mark was pushing in those years was the dynamics of the circles to try to create the Venn diagram, the overlap of the 3. And of course, if you follow Mark's thinking, you could just not find a static overlap, but you could move and nudge the 3 circles so that you can edge the sweet part, the overlap of the 3 circles, to where you as public manager thinks that it ought to be. So Mark, who has the better record of this 40-year-old geometry lesson?
Well, I think the answer is, I think it took me almost 20 years to, in some sense, put an individual, an actor, who I first thought of as the public manager, and then later came to think of as some strategic actor that might be an individual or might be a group. And that person could be in a lot of different positions, all right? But I was speaking to somebody who had a sense of what you were saying about, Matt, about agency, and with that agency, a sense of responsibility, right? And that was actually then about leadership. I should mention that at the time that we started working on the strategic triangle and calling it strategic public management, we at the Kennedy School didn't have the courage to call it leadership, right? That it seemed safer somehow for us to talk about public management, which was different than public administration, but not yet leadership, right? But I thought it was pretty much about leadership. But it took me a huge amount of time to take seriously this idea that there was an agent in a particular position with a particular contingently held set of ideas about what could be done. And then from then on, it was all about dynamics. Right? And I've spent the last, I think, decade or so trying to work my way back from the macro perspective of the strategic triangle back to the dynamics of the path that you've laid out, and exactly how we get from a macro vision of what might be possible to the activation of that latent potential by an agent of a particular kind in a particular location over time. So that, and part of the reason, I mean, we had this, Dutch and I had this long conversation about, and I always was proud of the fact that Dutch was proud of the fact that in China he was known as the 3-circle man. And That always made me
sure
feel
sounds fun. We
very
learned
good. And of course, it was true that getting these three things aligned was an important part of being successful, all right? But I wanted to keep holding them apart rather than treat them as a Venn diagram, right? Because the action was in bringing those together in a concrete reality from a particular position, right? And it was better then to have them spread out in front of you, held contingently, than imagine that you had a conclusion in mind. But in order to make it saleable to people who wanted to get to an answer fast, we had to point out to them that that what we were looking for was this combination of the three, and that then you could proceed with confidence, right? And what we didn't tell them was that the three never quite connect, right? And that there's a consistent struggle in sort of trying to make them connect. And I learned that from all of my colleagues who began teaching more effectively than I was about the practice of leadership from a particular position with a particular sense of agency. Can I say one other thing to you, Arthur? The thing about this triangle for me and philosophy and ethics, all right, is that every single one of those circles has a huge amount of moral and philosophical content to it. The question about what constitutes value has to deal with utilitarianism and deontology and democratic proceduralism, right, as a way to figure out what constitutes public value. The idea of authorizing environment and the way in which it is proper for you to interact with that turns out to be incredibly important, because we had a decade-long fight at the Kennedy School that was occasioned by a lot of our national security colleagues, right, who were pretty powerful and dominant in the school, along with the economists and the national security guys. They were pretty dominant and powerful. And they all had the goal, what their idea of management was to get words to come out of the president's mouth, right? And it was particularly important to get it to be their words that came out of the president's mouth, not somebody else. And so they were constantly talking about the construction of methods that would allow you to dominate your colleagues so that your words would be the ones that emerged from the president's mouth, all right? And I was sitting there listening to this conversation. I thought, no, this is undemocratic, and a whole lot of reasons to want a policymaking process to be broader and more open than that. And what in the world were these guys doing, trying to close down the process rather than facilitate it to get to a collective decision, right? A huge amount of ethical, individual level conduct, as well as institutional knowledge about how democracy is supposed to work, that was contained in political management. And in this last piece about the operational capacity, there was always this question about risk and how we should handle the prospect that we could fail badly, right? And how a democratic government could get used to innovation, right? But there was the deeper question about how in the hell were we going to treat the people with whom we were working to produce the desired result. And in the first instance, that included our employees and people with whom we had a labor contract, right? But in virtually every public sector operation, it included a large number of people that didn't know they were going to be volunteered to do the work of helping in this effort, all right, who we thought of as the co-producers, and then became the obligatees who had to be motivated to accept with good grace an obligation that had been imposed on them, all right? Every single one of those things was just shot full of important ethical and moral challenges for the people that were doing the work. And they all had to be reconciled in some ways. And so I never felt like I couldn't quite find a way to, I wrote papers about it, but I couldn't find a way to get people to fully engage the ethical content of the work that we were trying to prepare people to do. And the dynamic feature of it, which is where the lived experience of the ethical dilemmas pop up. I mean, you start sailing through this effort to try to make a change, and you can cumber and stumble over and deal with ethical problem after ethical problem after ethical problem.
To borrow John's metaphor, I think in the warmth of the sun, we anticipate that you will be giving birth to or collectively with us, a sharper conception of public leadership. I think that will be a next chapter. I think we have one comment down here, but maybe if there's any other comments, maybe we can grab a couple of comments and then get final Oh, great. We've got one comment. We did have one. All right, you start and then we'll get a couple of comments and then we'll wrap, bring them together. Thank you.
I'm Christine Nixon and I've come from Australia and obviously really enjoying this opportunity. But one of the things when you sit and listen and think about the breadth of the influence that Mark has had, I mean, that's a long distance and for a long period of time, but also into small communities and various parts of the world. And for someone, from a school like this that could influence people all across the world. And I know people have spoken about China and all of it, but there was one particular occasion I was working in a recovery after a major bushfire. And so, people had died in the fire. There was a whole lot of other issues. And I had a discussion with a community group who following said to me, we want to be in charge of the recovery. And I said, really? Why would I let you be in charge of the recovery? And they said, well, we're the authorising environment. I've been the mayor. I've been the head of, all of those things. And I said, okay. I said, so what about your capacity? Anyway, this is in the middle of a fire on the ground. I'm drawing the triangles. And he said, oh, yes, well, we've got all this experience, etc. And I said, what kind of value, what kind of legitimacy have you got? And they said, well, what does that mean? I said, well, who elected you? And, and it was really interesting because they were very angry with me. And in fact, they did not become the representative group. A group was elected and they had legitimacy, they had capacity, but so never underestimate, the enormous impact. And I think for the Kennedy School alone as well, I hope these kind of occasions encourage the Kennedy School to see the influence you can have across the world and that Mark has had in public management. And I think that's the piece that what concerns me, I have to say, and I mean, sitting thinking about this, I thought, Stafford, just say so. What happens when Mark goes? What happens when where's the advocacy? Now, hopefully people will be here, but great to say you're all getting older. We all are. But the point is, this is an incredibly powerful tool to engage, people in public sector across the world, and it underpins so many of us who've been part of this for so many years now to actually keep using this model. So I guess maybe there's not an answer here, but there is a question that says, how do you continue this over time? Because the Kennedy School has an enormous capacity to influence the world properly and thoughtfully and ethically with this kind of a model. Please don't underestimate that.
I'm Susan Irving, and although Mark was on the first class of the public policy program, my husband was in the fourth and I was in the fifth. So the 25 of us who sat around the circle. And I'd like to say, Mark, when they finally did switch to the label public management, it was just a fancier word for public administration for a long time. And also, I remember I was lucky enough to be applying in an era where both Wilson and Kennedy were desperate to have female students who could, pass the math GRE. And I was interested, and I came here for a number of reasons, including the person who's now my husband. But one of the things that struck me was the person that you're putting in as public manager, public administrator. Remember, the Kennedy School had a habit of forgetting that in this country, all legitimacy and all power comes through an election. And either you have won an election or you have received authority to act by someone, maybe indirectly. I mean, I'm a federal civil servant, it goes down a bazillion layers, from someone who has an election. So not only are those circles fuzzy, but also if you think yourself as the active public manager, appointee, maybe not political appointee, but who has a good idea, remember the fuzzy line between you and the decisions that may be wrong made by the electorate. And just as when we talk about we don't want elected officials to make a decision that's just political, well, the just is important. And so when you talk about the 10-year fight to call it leadership, I mean, even just getting to where you were starting your fight was progress, because I remember one of the economics professors that I had saying, that at Wilson, if they thought you were going to grow up and be president, it would be enough to let you in. And here it wouldn't be. And I remember thinking, in fact, it would be a deterrent. we'd be less likely to take you. It took a very long time for Richard Neustadt, and people agreed with him, to get this school to respect the concept of elected officials. The preeminent, in my era, the most admired graduate was going to be someone who was a senior level, and I use the word bureaucrat in a good way, a senior level official who would make sure everybody stayed on the right level.
So much. I'm such a softie. But no, not at all. These perspectives are really valuable. I am going to give each of the panelists an opportunity to say a final word. I would love to throw in one in response to your comment. Do you want to just quick comment? Yeah.
Hi, I'm John McDonough, a friend of Mark's from the School of Public Health and Kennedy School grad from 1990. To me, one thing that seems to be missing from this conversation is the context in which all of this occurred. I mean, the model was created in an era of Ronald Reagan saying, the biggest laugh line is, I'm from the federal government, I'm here to help you. Newt Gingrich, when the model was created, was flying high, basically saying, government is not the solution, government is the problem. So there was this whole, and there was a whole school of thinking called, I think it was called New Public Management, that basically said that everything that government did should be turned into a return on investment equation. And that's how you made your judgments. And so it seems to me like what's really important about this model is this really was a foundation laid in the ground to openly call question to all of that, which in my years when I was here had more than a few adherents inside this school on the other side. And so I think a little bit of it's a great conversation. I love it. I teach Mark's model over at the School of Public Health to people. So I really use it a lot, which is why I wanted to be here. But I just think it's important to have that appropriate context.
Thank you. That is a helpful, that is a very helpful context. So can I give you guys we'll just, not going to mix it up. We'll go in the same order again. Dutch, thank you.
So just two things that have come to mind in the context of this. Mark, you're right. I am incredibly proud. As a result of Tony Sage, I was teaching in China many times what you had taught me about this. And that's one of the few things that I can say in Chinese. But it is, in China, I am known as the Three Circles Theory professor. I've always been grateful for that. But I also want to thank John Bennington for bringing back to mind this quintessential moment of being at the Drum Cree March. And so this is like it doesn't get better than this. So here we are, John Bennington, Mark Moore, and I, invited by Erwin Turbot, who is Police Services of Northern Ireland. He's running this show. We are surrounded by 1,800 heavily armed and armored British troops. I always had to ask myself the question, do you feel safer or less safe when you're inside a cadre like this? And we talked all night about the strategy that Erwin Turbot was developing. So here was the quintessential public manager. And here was a moment, a real flashpoint, where the strategy actually was going to matter. And we spoke, and I've never felt more blessed than to have the opportunity to have that window into the ground truth reality of how what we were doing, what we were trying to develop, what Mark had taught us, what we were using, could actually matter in consequential circumstances in the world.
You give one more minute on that. Was a transformational moment, actually, in the way they addressed those marches.
Oh, it was totally. What had happened was there had been long history of intended confrontation. The confrontation was working for both sides. And what both sides did was position the police services of Northern Ireland and the British Army between them so they could beat up on them and get all kinds of press. And Erwin Turbot, Mark's student, John's student also, looked at this and said, I don't like the role that I've been assigned in this. And he basically developed a strategy for getting the police out of the middle of it and keeping the two sides apart without police being between them. And it was a remarkable example of just not accepting the situation as it was and rethinking it in strategic ways. Just the way you were talking about, Christina, rethinking what the recovery was going to look like and who was going to own it after the horrible bushfires in Victoria.
I think just my comment would be a little bit about kind of what happens when Mark goes. Well, Mark never really goes anywhere because his thinking doesn't go. And also just comments about how we speak about bureaucrats and politicians. And I think that I don't really sense at the Kennedy School that people speak pejoratively anymore about being a bureaucrat or a politician. I think that actually both of those roles are embraced in most conversations that I'm a part of now, and I don't think that was the case 30 years ago. I don't think so at all. I think that both of those words were bad words. In terms of what happens in the future, I think firstly, I'm really encouraged by looking at over the last few years the number of critical discussions about public value theory in the academic literature on public management and public administration. People who disagree with Mark, people who want to add a fourth circle or a fourth point, or turn a triangle into a quadrilateral, or I don't know what it is. Because I think that what you see is really people thinking very seriously about it. And I think it's evidence that whether people agree with it or not, this is a way of thinking that has shaped a lot of people's thinking. I think that you have a generation of scholars now who have emerged in the era of public management and not public administration, or at least where there's been a tension between those two things. And I think that is largely because of Mark's work, and I think that is how work continues. I think that one of the strengths of Mark's work is I think what John said earlier, the fact that it can be built upon, it can be contextualized, it can be made relevant to wherever you are, and I think that people do that all the time. If I think about how we teach at the Kennedy School now, I don't think that there are many classes where people aren't teaching using frameworks. Whether the framework is the strategic triangle or something else, I don't think really matters. Because I think that, to me, the thinking of we need to teach people frameworks that they can use to do their job better is now deeply, deeply entrenched, and it is not going away. And I think that is the legacy of Mark. And, to say, well, for many people, we'd only have this session, when they are gone. We're having the session where Mark is here, but we're also having the session at a time where I don't think we have to say what will the legacy of Mark Moore be. I think we can say the legacy of Mark Moore is. And it is that we teach people to be agents of change wherever they are. And I don't think there's a question mark about that. So, that's my sense of it. And we are all getting older. I look a little older than I think I am, hopefully. And I do look at people who teach in my generation, and it is materially different to how I was taught in my PhD. And I think that it is because of this way of thinking, and not just Mark, but a lot of other people. And I think really appropriate to mention John Alford in this conversation as well. But there are a lot of people who have changed the way we think about this, changed the way we teach. And I'm very encouraged moving ahead.
Thank you, Matt. John Alford really deeply regretted not being able to participate. He wanted to, and then it was just not realistic. John, please bring us home.
3 very, very brief points. First, just a footnote to the Drumcree issue. That whole episode has been written up twice in the journal Leadership. First by me and Erwin Turbot, and then secondly by Turbot and me. And the case study is written up in great detail as a challenge to the application of not only public value thinking, but also public leadership thinking. And so it may be worth looking back at that if you're interested in the detail of that, but it did make a great significance. The second comment I've got is an uncomfortable one in a way, but goes back to Mark's idea that at the heart of all this are very, very deep moral and ethical and philosophical issues. Because I think a number of us feel now that the whole world is moving into extraordinary apocalyptic times, and that the context is not changing just for individual countries or contexts, but absolutely globally. And at the Lisbon conference that Timo's leading, I'm doing a paper about building on the ideas of Gramsci, about the difficulties of challenge in those periods of deep transition when the old order has died, but the new paradigms have not yet been born, and how in those periods of transition and uncertainty, historically and globally, there is the opportunity for evil forces to emerge, demonic forces. And we're seeing that, I think, in the uprising of dictators around the world at the moment. So I guess one of the challenges is, can Mark's deep commitment to moral, ethical, philosophical questions at the heart of this survive in a context which has changed so profoundly? And my third point is, I believe it can and will, because this conference shows that while Mark is retiring, and I guess all of you will retire, the ideas are being carried forward by a new generation of women. And I'm very encouraged by that. It's not just the voices of the heroic men. Actually, you've got a faculty of people, some present, Hannah herself today, but many others I'm aware of who are leading thinking forward. So I think we may see that coming through from the Kennedy School with a new generation. And the hope is perhaps not our generation, but the generations yet to come. I'll just make the footnote back to South Sudan, which I remain very involved in. The future in South Sudan is not going to come from the current generation of militarized leaders. Their times have gone. It's a new generation of younger people, and particularly women, who are saying the future of this country cannot depend upon men fighting battles which are putting at risk the future of all our people and of our planet.
Thank you very much, John. I would just say, finally, Mark, we're doing this at a time when I actually feel enormous optimism about our growing faculty, truly, and your very important role continuing as a colleague, intellectual partner and colleague at the heart of that. So thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. And onward, we've got lots more to discuss.
I think you got this exactly right. I love your term. The essence of what underlies all of this is the idea of agency.
Yes.
It's and that's what I was seeing at Drum Crate. Erwin Turbin is this, fairly senior, but not all that senior police officer in the police services in Northern Ireland. And he's rethinking this entire situation. And all the heat drains out of it as a result of what he does. And you've never heard of Drum Crate since. It's gone completely off the radar screen. Yeah.
I mean, when I think of how we teach, when I think of how we teach about the class that I teach for you,
Yeah.
Check, test.
We're in here.
Hoot toot.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, my friends, we're going to start in just a minute. Thank you so much. Thanks all. Morning. Please take your seats. That would be great. Thank you so much. That I'm not sure, but you can do it. And then there are people in Zoom land too. Just remember, right? We'll have people virtually. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you all, especially that Mark Moore fellow. All right, good morning, everybody. So, thanks. My name is Jim Honan, and I'm a faculty member at both the Harvard Graduate School of Education and the Harvard Kennedy School. And in 1983, I walked into a classroom downstairs in a course called Managing Policy Development, and the professor was this one Mark Moore fellow. That was in 1983, and Mark, I would not be sitting here this morning if it wasn't for you, so thank you. We have gotten to do great work together, and you're going to hear about some of that work from our colleagues this morning. In that first panel, obviously, we heard and talked about some of Mark's work around public value creation and public management. But en route, Mark also turned his attention to the nonprofit, the voluntary sector, the third sector, also thinking about how do we spark social change using some of these powerful ideas. So we have 4 amazing colleagues, friends of Mark, also this morning to talk about Mark's work in that domain. And hopefully we'll have a time for a couple questions and comments as well. So I'm going to start with our colleague, Julie Wilson. Julie, good morning, and thank you so much.
Julie? Yeah, turn your mics on, everyone.
You hear me? Okay. I'm not sure when I first met Mark, but I met Mark in the Malcolm Weiner Center for Social Policy, which at the time was a very dynamic place. The world seemed to be falling apart then. We were experiencing the crack cocaine epidemic. We had recently deinstitutionalized the mentally ill, and we're experiencing enormous problems with homelessness. Poverty was rampant, and we were trying to figure out how to reform healthcare. And the early leadership had of the Kennedy School had a vision that if we collected people from different disciplines focused on similar challenges into research centers, we could put our ideas together from different disciplines. And that was exactly what happened in the Malcolm Weiner Center. And Mark influenced me profoundly. When I tell you how, you're gonna say, duh, what were you thinking? And the answer is probably not. First, my work had started in urban poverty, but evolved to child welfare. And Mark helped me understand that policing and child welfare had one thing in common, that they were not service providing institutions, they were obligation providing institutions. And just think about it. Knock, knock, I'm here to serve you a warrant. Not so much a service. And that profoundly changed my understanding of the challenges of working in the child welfare field with families and with pulling together nonprofits to work with families because they were at risk. Yes, the nonprofits can provide you services, but they can also report you to child welfare for not raising your children well. And so I began to understand this dilemma of how we reform child welfare very, very differently. I think a second way that Mark influenced what I do and how I've been thinking about things is through the executive session model. And this began during the crack cocaine epidemic when policing seemed to be ineffective about addressing the issues. And Mark had the idea of pulling together key leaders with representing different perspectives to engage in a sustained conversation over time. And as I think about the influence on nonprofits, yeah, we're the authorizing environment in that strategic triangle that everybody's sort of saying, yeah, there's an authorizing environment out there, we've got to pull them in. But if you're in that authorizing environment, and you're running a nonprofit, one of the challenges of these nonprofits are you've got a narrow mission, you're trying to raise money, you're trying to survive, you'd like to collaborate with others, but you're also competing with others. How do you pull this together? And it's Mark's executive session model that I think provides a framework for many of us for thinking about how do we make sense and create movement in this authorizing environment where we pull people together from various perspectives, have been competing with one another, to ask themselves and one another, what really is the problem? And learning that each one has a slightly different perspective and engaging in the deep conversation as long as it takes to understand one another's perspectives on what is the problem that we're addressing. Then the question, equally challenging, if we solved this challenge, what would the world look like? That turns out to be also difficult. And sustaining this conversation with the same group of people is what's really important. And then the challenge is, okay, how do we get from here to there? What do we do? How will we assess the progress in what we're doing? And this takes time. This takes a long time. But we've tried to take this model that Mark experimented with in the policing challenges of the late 1980s and bring it into the authorizing environment to say, yeah, we've each got our own little strategic triangle. How do we work together while still maintaining our identity and keeping ourselves alive? So I'd like to pass it along to Elnor.
Elnor, good morning. Thank you so much. So Elnor joins us from Tufts, formerly with us in the Hauser Center for Nonprofits, as he finds his microphone. Elnor, good morning. Thank you so much, friend.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's really a delight to be here, especially with Mark. So I met Mark, I would say maybe 16, 17 years ago. I was a junior faculty member at a public institution, Virginia Tech. Had done some writing on accountability in the nonprofit sector, conceptualizing what I thought was a messy field. And we met at a conference, the Association for Research on Nonprofit Organizations. And we just had this remarkable conversation about conceptualizing accountability and continued that dialogue at a distance. And then at some point, Mark reached out to me and said, how would you like to just spend a couple of years as a visiting scholar at the Hauser Center? And that was what brought me to the area, and I've never left. And it was in that first year at the Hauser Center that I met Marshall and I met Jim, and then eventually met Julie. And the tradition continues. Today I met Cornell. And so this was all instigated by Mark. It's that network of scholars working on related issues in different ways, and there's real ferment in terms of the conversations that get fostered. His work has had a really deep influence on my own writing and research, which focuses on the management of performance in the social sector, as well as on accountability more generally. But more on that in a moment. So there's three kind of broad challenges facing the social sector that I want to touch on very briefly, since we were asked to sort of surface a series of challenges that we think we might want to continue a conversation on. If we take a system level view of the sector, we know that there's about 1.6 million registered nonprofits in the US and about 86,000 foundations, grant-making foundations. Both are pretty astounding numbers, I have to say. But when you look at the data a bit more closely, 92% of that 1.6 million nonprofits are tiny, right? Annual budgets of less than $1 million. And foundation grants are typically in the tens of thousands, really delivered in an ad hoc way. So we've got this fragmented system, both on the service side and on the capital side. And it continues to be that way today. And so how can we possibly make progress on difficult societal system level challenges? That's the big problem, and it's plagued us. Despite the idealization of sort of the Tocquevillian way of community organizing. There's value in all of that, but we've got big problems that need collective action. And I learned from Mark that, there's a role for an arbiter of public value, his language, in all of this. We need some way of getting together and figuring out what are our priorities, because we can't tackle everything at once. And how might we do that in a way that's orchestrated? So the three challenges related to that. The first has to do, I think, with how we think about accountability. It's an actual conceptual problem that has practical implications. So if we think about the way accountability is operationalized in the sector today, it's driven by partly funder demands, right? You're accountable for spending those resources wisely, and there's good reason for that. But it's a compliance orientation, and it's also an orientation at the level of the organization or the intervention. But our problems are systemic, they're collective. So we need to think about accountability at a systemic level, which means that we need actors that can orchestrate that action to get us to set system-level outcome goals rather than organizational or program-level outcome goals. The problem with this, as academics, as evaluators, as economists will tell you, is that attribution becomes really hard. We can't attribute any single intervention or any single organization to addressing that problem. What we can say is that as a constellation, there's a series of things that work. How do you allocate money then if you don't have attribution? We need to overcome that problem. And we're seeing experience with it. The Housing First model to address chronic homelessness is a collective action solution to a collective action problem. And we're seeing that it actually yields results. Attribution remains a problem there. And indeed, we're going to need to figure this out in order to be able to address health pandemics, climate change, and so on. The second related problem to accountability is allocation of capital, right? So I hinted at sort of how we're allocating capital for individual interventions. We need to allocate capital for collectives. We're seeing some progress on this. So Blue Meridian Partners, which came out of the Ed McConnell Clark Foundation's Growth Capital Aggregation Fund, is allocating large sums of money to proven solutions. But again, these tend to focus on less than collective action problems. Co-impact, another sort of set of investors, are pooling capital, looking at a system and trying to figure out what are the various parts in the system. Great experiments, but again, a drop in the bucket in terms of what we need. I think the most promise is actually at the governmental level, where cities, for instance, are real hotbeds of experimentation. Jorrit's work, right, who isn't with us right now, is an example of the potential of this kind of work, where we actually get some sense of capital allocation based on collective problem identification and solutions. But the size of the need is massive, right? To attain the Sustainable Development Goals, for instance, the current estimates are that the funding gap on an annual basis is $3 trillion. Governments are insufficient. We need businesses to step in, and nonprofits by themselves certainly are way below the mark in terms of that. And finally, the third challenge is talent. So in an institution like this, or at the Fletcher School where I teach, we're training talent to work in this field. But there's two problems, right? One is we need that talent to focus at the system level. The current focus and excitement about social enterprise and nonprofits is about innovation, social innovation. Frankly, I think we don't need a lot more innovation. We need replication and we need collaboration at scale. So we need to be able to train people to think about their leadership roles as not being about the social innovator, the hero that solves a problem, but rather as an orchestrator, it's a collective action challenge that we need to be training people on. The second challenge with talent, which is much more immediate, is loans from school. And so the incentive is for people to go into the private sector to pay off those loans. Many of them never come back to societal problem solving. And there too, we're seeing experiments, right? Law schools you know, giving loan forgiveness to people that go into public interest law, business schools offering sort of 1-year supplemental salaries. It's not nearly enough. We need to figure out a systemic solution to this problem to send talent once they graduate from our institutions into the sector and to keep it there. So that's 3 system level challenges inspired by my conversations with Mark about accountability, about capital, and about talent. How's that for a few modest challenges?
Thank you so much. You do get the sense here, Mark gives us good, hard questions to work on, and then we have to work on them for quite some time. So that's happened to all 3 of us so far. But we get to use the strategic triangle, which you saw. Anyway, good morning, and thank you, Eleanor. Cornell William Brooks, good morning, sir. Good to be with you, our colleague from the Center for Public Leadership, also in this space of social sector change, racial and social justice.
Good morning. Good morning. First of all, let me just say good morning to Mark and to his family and to all of you. I thought about Mark and his legacy of teaching and thought that I might lift up a few observations. And if I had to caption them, I might caption them from Professor and President Barack Obama to Professor Mark Moore, which is to say that I encountered Mark in terms of the body of his work well before actually meeting him. So a few years ago, I found myself as president and CEO of the NAACP. I came into this work 8 days before Walter, I should say, excuse me, a few weeks before Walter Scott, a few weeks before Ferguson, and many of the police homicides and tragedies that took place across our country. I subsequently found myself in the White House with about 40 people gathered with the president discussing the state of public safety and policing in our country. This was only days after Jordan Edwards was killed, and a number of us were worried about whether or not Dallas, Texas, would literally go up in flames. And as you recall, Dallas was the one city that turned away Martin Luther King, and a city that has been troubled with a great many policing issues and public trust issues. And so I found myself in the White House, and we were discussing the state of public safety. Now, I had previously a number of meetings with the president that took place over the course of about 45 minutes or so. This particular meeting with the former constitutional law professor, Barack Obama, took place over the course of 5 hours. And we spoke again and again about community policing and realizing the possibilities of community policing and veering away from the corruption of policing, which my colleague Mark Moore helped me appreciate that the movement from police officers from cars onto the street engendered trust. But when police officers subject to perverse incentives to round up and corral young Black and brown men, the trust that was gained from moving from cars to the street was lost. Again and again over the course of this meeting, we talked about the recommendations that came out during the course of the report on 21st century policing. Subsequently, I came to the Kennedy School and had an opportunity to meet Mark Moore. And let me share with you a few things. The first time we met, Mark sent me an email. And I have to tell you that as a former seminarian who's studied the epistles of the Bible, that I'm well aware of long letters. But if you compare the Apostle Paul and Professor Mark Moore, the Apostle Paul pales in comparison because his epistles are shorter, less thorough with respect to doctrine and philosophy. And so receiving this first epistle from Mark Moore about policing, I thought to myself, well, rather than respond with an equally long epistle, I will simply pick up the phone and we'll have a brief conversation, and we'll come to some resolution. And so I picked up the phone, and I figured by the time the toast comes out of the toaster, I'll be done with the conversation. So about 2 hours later, we struck up, I think, a professional friendship. And I really came to appreciate his understanding of community policing in the context of the modern moment. That is to say, across our country, we have a number of young people, activists and advocates, who've grown frustrated with reform, grown frustrated with the pace of reform, and call themselves abolitionists. And so we are struggling with a generation of activists who believe in abolition, new forms of policing that represent new models of public safety, drawing on public safety resources that go beyond policing. And so Mark and I had a conversation about the origins, the history of community policing. And one of the things that he impressed upon me that's been very powerful in terms of my teaching of advocacy here at the Kennedy School is the fact that community policing, in terms of its history, that it has a history where there's a kind of multi-party complicity, which is to say it's not merely the police, not merely the supervisors, but communities and city halls and courts that have laid out, and state legislatures laid out a set of incentives that have literally diminished public trust. That really informed my teaching of advocacy. Why? Because when we talk about and when we teach the history of the war on drugs, the war on crime, looking at the work of Michelle Alexander and so many others, we understand that certainly the CBC, certainly Black and brown communities were calling for stiffer penalties, calling for 3 strikes and you're out. So in other words, when people universally share, commonly share a fear of crime, people respond in many of the same ways. So when we look at community policing and look at the ways in which it has changed, think about the ways in which we are all complicit, perhaps not equally so, but equally responsible. It provides for us a sense of the promise and possibilities of multi-party, diverse coalitions for reform. This is critical in this moment. Secondly, I just want to note an observation about Mark and his teaching. So after this brief conversation, we talked about Mark coming to speak to my class. My classes focus on advocacy. And I asked him to speak about community policing. He came, spoke to my class, engaged my class. 99% of all of whom were abolitionists. Now, Mark is the only professor I've ever had guest lecture for me who not only read the week's readings, not only read the syllabus, but he then thereafter provided an after-action assessment and analysis of his own lecture with a very thoughtful distillation of the students' comments, their concerns, as well as, and Mark, you didn't put this in the text, their hopes. And it had a lot, that affected me very deeply in terms of how I teach advocacy. So in other words, it's not about convincing them to do something, right? It's about convincing ourselves that we can do something, that we can act, creating a shared sense of agency and a shared sense of responsibility. That was incredibly powerful in terms of helping students not only create a sense of trust with respect to the clients we work with cities who are endeavoring to reimagine, re-engineer their police departments from Birmingham to St. Louis to Savannah, Georgia, but creating a sense of trust, not only in the community, but in our classrooms, right? Because when you can convince students to adopt a shared sense of moral humility, that we may all bear some responsibility for the problems that we face, then it also creates a shared sense of responsibility, a shared sense of commitment, and a heightened sense of trust. I attribute that to what I thought was going to be a brief but difficult conversation with Mark. more. It happened to be a conversation that really helped me think about the way that I teach. Lastly, I'll simply note this. The Trotter Collaborative that I'm honored to lead, we work with, as I mentioned, a number of cities around policing. What I found to be very useful in this endeavor is resurrecting, if you will, these executive sessions for advocates, right? So in other words, if we can create a heightened sense of responsibility, a kind of status, if you will, in terms of bringing people together, it opens up a range of possibilities in this very, very difficult moment in which so much of the landscape is balkanized. And Mark, I want to simply say to you that I anticipate us our disagreeing at least as much as we did. But what I didn't anticipate is agreeing with so much of the work that you've done, the way that you've taught, and the legacy that you're leaving us at the Kennedy School. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cornell. So when Mark Moore was the faculty chair of the Hauser Center for Nonprofit Organizations, among the many things he was good at was bringing people together who did not know each other or each other's work. And you were always wondering, like, why am I at a meeting with so-and-so, or why is so-and-so here? And that was the first time that I met Marshall Gans at one of our Hauser Center. It was called the Principals Meetings, Principals of the Hauser Center. We didn't know that was a job, but Mark said, you're going to be a principal of the Hauser Center. And then we got sort of included in these meetings. I don't need to tell anyone in this room, one of the most remarkable things that I have been party to over the years in our Hauser Center work is ongoing conversations between Mark Moore and Marshall Gans on social sector change. And it's so inspiring to be not just in your presence, Mark, but your presence, Marshall, as well. So say a few words about this partnership that many of us have been party to for many years.
No, thank you, Jim. Is this on? Can you hear? That's great. Good. Hey, Mark. How are you doing there? No.
That's why we left him for last.
Hardly.
friends.
No, look, what a great opportunity, Jim, to have an opportunity, Mark, to celebrate you, to your teaching, your practice, the research, and I think most of all, your contribution to the lives of those of us blessed to have had you in our lives. Your coaching, your challenging, and always exploring. That appetite for constant exploration, it's what keeps us alive. It's what enables us to connect with our students who are just starting out on their journeys of exploration. So I really want to lift that up. I have a section here called Travels with Mark. And, because, I started here in 93, when I finished mid-career program, and then I started as an instructor the next year while working on the PhD. And it was during that time that we connected. And it was such a valuable connection. It sort of opened up possibilities about, yeah, I'm doing this PhD in sociology, but I really want to bridge over to the practice. And so that cultivated a lot of thinking there. And then I asked you to be on my dissertation committee, if you recall, with Theda Scotchbowl, with Richard Hackman. And one of the reasons I asked you was because of the kind of teaching that you were doing here and the bridging you were making between scholarship and practice. And doing it by engaging students and young people in that. And I thought that was something I really wanted to try to do. So then you approved the dissertation at the defense, yes. We had a little mass turnout at the defense just in case it went bad, but yeah, no, but no, we had the masses, but then giving me a home at the Hauser Center I couldn't imagine a better way to arrive here. For all the reasons that have been mentioned, the interdisciplinary character, the constant ongoing conversation around something of substance that we cared about. So it wasn't just a place where we sat in our separate offices. but you facilitated the building of a real community. And that's not so common here at the Kennedy School or in the world. And so that was a real, and of course the hallway conversation, the drop-in hallway conversations. Yes, they're just so rich. So it was, for me, it was like a constant learning environment, learning more about my colleagues, about the questions we were struggling with, and it was really terrific. Now, I remember specifically a session, a lunch that we had with Derek Bach, you and Derek Bach and I at the long, late lamented Legal Seafoods booth there. And it was, you were challenging me to develop a course on narrative. I don't know if you remember that, but it was like a coaching session. Like, this was during my first 5 years. So you got to do something here to, whatever. And I made a commitment there to do that. And that was really important because not long after Susan died, I was away for a while. But coming back, I knew I had to fulfill that commitment. And it came at a time that was an important time to, I think, grapple with that. So the public narrative class starts there, really. And I'm really grateful for that. When I came back, however, it appeared that I wasn't long for this world here at the Kennedy School. It seemed that I was it was a question, was I gonna go on ladder? Was I gonna be a lecturer? But it came down to, I had another year here. That was it. Despite your efforts to the contrary. And I owe it to you and to Mary Jo in particular for offering a different pathway to get through that. That was a tough time. But partly what it did was inspire that year, the public narrative class for the first time, a collaboration with Lonnie Guinier and Gerald Torres at the law school on law and organizing, and the first with Bernie Steinberg, who was Harvard Hill director, a class on moral leadership. So it's like three different, it's one of the most creative periods I think of. And I attribute so much of that to your support and to Mary Jo's and sort of working through what was a very, very hard time. Since then, it's really been a mentor, a coach, a collaborator, a challenger, an inspirer. And, Maimonides had a definition of hope that I find helpful, which is that hope is belief in the plausibility of the possible as opposed to the necessity of the probable. In other words, we live in a world in which it is always probable Goliath will win, but sometimes David does. It was utterly improbable we would elect a black man president of this country in 2007 and 8, but it happened. And it's that sense of possibility, that place between fantasy and certainty is where imagination lives. It's how we can learn to deal with the future. And you really, you embody that and you take it with you. And I really thank you for that. I have some other things to say about civil society, which I'll make brief. Yeah, I'm just going to join my colleague Alnur here in a bit of a critique, because I do think that that the crisis we're facing in American democracy and elsewhere is due to the acute erosion in the power of civil society. The power of civil society to access democratic government based on principles of citizenship as a way to constrain concentrations of private power in the form of ownership or wealth. The democracy is based on the premise that citizenship will trump ownership. And I think we got it backwards. Sid Verba said that liberal democracy is an experiment on whether the equality of voice can balance inequality of resources or of wealth. And it's an experiment. And it does require that balance. And I think it's out of whack. De Tocqueville, de Tocqueville actually got some things, very important things right. He wasn't talking about nonprofits when he was talking about associations. He was talking about associations. In other words, he was talking about the significance of individuals connecting with each other to learn where their common interests lie. So we called it self-interest properly understood or enlightened self-interest. So there was a learning feature in associationism that isn't there without associations. And secondly, it was a way to create affective connection, which then becomes a basis for solidarity. And it was also, perhaps most importantly, a place to practice self-governance, learning what he called the habits of the heart. Now, that work of associationism, boy, it's really in retreat. And I think we always talk about the distinction between the NGO, essentially a nonprofit firm, and an association, which is a self-governing exercise in democracy. And that's a really important distinction that I think we've lost. Because to make democracy work requires the capacity to transform individual preferences into collective ones, individual commitments into shared commitments, and individual resources into collective power. Unfortunately, the 40 years of assault on government kind of missed the point that that was not just an assault on government, it was an assault on democracy itself, eroding the tax base, crippling public policy, and revealing that the real problem in government is not its efficiency, but its failure to represent majorities. And boy, we're dealing with that right now. Institutions designed to insulate against, to protect against the excesses of democracy have wind up strangling it. I'm talking about things like the Electoral College, talking about the Senate itself, which has no legitimate basis for governing whatsoever in the way it works. The first by the post-elections, that 51% is 100% of representation, 49% is zero. These institutions that cripple our capacity to realize majoritarian democracy is a real problem. And it's why we see majorities in favor of doing something about guns and this, but it doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. And so the other, and I'll stop in a minute here, but the other, I see the wing, but I'll stop preaching. I don't want to, contest with Cornell on the preaching end here, but I don't know about yeah. Thank you. Thank you. The other problem has been the monetization of our politics, and I'm not talking about campaign contributions. I'm talking about spending. As the only liberal democracy that doesn't constrain campaign spending ever since Buckley v. Vallejo, and we ruled that money is speech, we have no constraints. It's created then a multi-billion-dollar industry of political advertising. And that has replaced the work of politics, which is to bring people together to discern common interests and work on them, with advertising or marketing, which is all about individual preferences. And how do you cultivate individual preference? It's not connecting people to each other. It's treating each person as an isolated point of reference. And so it doesn't do the work that we critically need to do through that political marketing. So civil society, in the course of that, has turned into too much of a dependence on private wealth. In other words, on the one hand, we cultivate growing economic inequality, and where the resources that go into the hands of those who benefit from that then comes back to the form of foundations, high net worth individuals who turn out to be those who manage or discern the direction of our nonprofits. And so it's sort of a double whammy. And the question then becomes how to retrench in a way that can recultivate our capacity for doing what de Tocqueville thought we needed to do. And for me, that is very basic. It's how do we do the work of reestablishing who we are to each other? What is the shared faith, the shared identity that we share? It's a serious moral question, and it's not a complicated one. Then second, how do we relearn how to govern ourselves? Here at the Kennedy School, you have we'd say teams. Most teams don't work because the students don't know how to govern themselves. We did an experiment this spring with the organizing class that I think we made some real breakthroughs on that. But it's starting at the most basic micro level. What does it mean to experience democracy in the macro if we don't know what it is in the micro? And then how to restore people restore a people-centric politics. Now that's easy to say, I want to pick up on what Under mentioned about Yoret's work, which is really interesting because mayors are elected. They are democratic, literally. They have constituencies they have to face. It's not so much a question of attribution as accountability. It's much more real right there. And it has communities in which it can be accessible. I think that's really promising. I think young people are very promising. I think the struggles over gender equity are very promising. And I think the egalitarian commitments that we need to regain, for any kind of viable progressive politics, we got to go there. Macron was almost done in as a result of abandoning those egalitarian commitments. Okay, so I'm going to stop in just a second. I just want to read a poem. And this is, in case anybody thought that here comes the answer, forget it. It's a pathway that we're on. Here's the poem. It's from our Mary Oliver, New England poet, who I think a lot of us love her work. This is called When Death Comes. When death comes like the hungry bear in autumn, when death comes and takes all the bright coins from his purse to buy me and snaps the purse shut, when death comes like the measles pox, when death comes like an iceberg between the shoulder blades, I want to step through the door full of curiosity, wondering, what's it going to be like, that cottage of darkness? And therefore, I look upon everything as a brotherhood and a sisterhood. And I look upon time as no more than an idea. And I consider eternity as another possibility. And I think of each life as a flower, as common as a field daisy, and as singular. And each name a comfortable music in the mouth, tending, as all music does, toward silence. And each body a lion of courage and something precious to the earth. When it's over, I want to say, all my life, I was a bride married to amazement. I was the bridegroom taking the world into my arms. When it's over, I don't want to wonder if I have made of my life something particular and real. I don't want to find myself sighing and frightened and full of argument. I don't want to end up simply having visited this world. You didn't simply visit this world, you changed it. Thank you, Mark.
So Julie and Elnor and Cornell, Marshall, you all get a sense of what it would be like to be in these conversations. And I think, Mark, you hear in all of our voices, we could go the rest of the afternoon and longer, the influence you had on work. I was in my office yesterday. I was just finishing up a bunch of workbooks on nonprofit financial stewardship for NGO leaders around the world. And I was thinking about this panel. I was like, gosh darn, it was that Mark Moore who 15 years ago got me into this online nonprofit program to think about NGO leaders that we're now in our 15th year doing. And in a couple of weeks, our friend Dutch and Julie and I will be in our 22nd or 23rd version of an executive education program called Performance Measurement and Management in Nonprofit Organizations. And Elnor joined us in the journey there. I think you got a sense from our colleagues here. What does Mark do best? He brings us into our own thinking and practice to think about deeper issues in a more nuanced way. He pulls people together to say, you should talk to so-and-so or such and such. And then in his very quiet way, but I think you hear it in all of our voices today, he gives us each opportunities to engage in the sector in creative and impactful ways. So to a person, I just so appreciate all of you. Here's my lightning round question. It came up in the other panel there. Oh, sure. Go ahead. Go real quick.
Provided us with some analytic frameworks for pulling us back from the details. Mark, you're in the DNA of the school. I know the course I taught in the fall had students from all the schools at Harvard, and the Kennedy School students got so frustrated with some of the other students, they started saying, think about these analytic frameworks and organize your thoughts before you start speaking. And I thought, Mark is here.
So here's my final lightning round question to our colleagues. In the panel this morning, a question was raised, what now, what next? I wonder if you could each say a quick word about the venues, platforms, courses, things you are doing moving forward to keep this work in the nonprofit voluntary social sector moving. Not everyone will know about these, but what are the future platforms and venues for continuing this work forward? I'm going to start with Alnor.
At Tufts, we're launching a series of new executive programs, everything that I learned from Mark about how to do, one of which is a course on leadership and strategy for social impact, which is really targeted towards nonprofit leaders to get them to think about collective action. And so this is going to be virtual, but the aim is we need to bring people together at some point. And so that's just one snippet of what this has all led to. So thank you for that.
And in the Mark Moore tradition, he already signed up Julie and I, so we're on board for another 15-year assignment or something. Cornell, what now, what next? New venues.
So in terms of new adventures and new venues, so as I mentioned earlier, the William Monroe Trotter Collaborative for Social Justice, we can see ourselves as a kind of social justice think and do tank at Harvard, leveraging the analytic capital of schools and students across Harvard for organizations around the country. And so, Mark, I hope you would be pleased by the fact that we literally have students working with organizations like the Andrew Goodman Foundation on what I call generational voter suppression, which always accompanies racial voter suppression. That is to say, suppression against Black and brown people and suppression against young people. We have students working on climate change. We have students working to reimagine policing, not just in places in the Northeast or on the coast, but in Savannah, Georgia, in St. Louis, in Jackson, Mississippi. So these are students taking up difficult problems in difficult and rocky corners of the Republic, and I believe doing good work, as well as students working on a presidential pardon for a woman who was wrongly convicted 100 years ago. And so what I want to say here is what's exciting, I think, about this work is you used a phrase, I think, along the lines of action-oriented pedagogy, right? So we have students in the field working with community-based organizations, and our pedagogy reflects the urgency of that, which is to say they have to deliver in terms of policy in real time, and they have to be self-reflective and thoughtful and develop frameworks. So we're excited about that and look forward to it.
Julie, new venues.
Yes, trying to take your frameworks, particularly the executive session framework, down to the very local level, and experimenting with this right now in East Boston, where we're saying, how can you create networks of support for families? How could we use the executive session model to bring providers together at the local level and create trust so that we can reduce the involvement of families in the child welfare system? And this is people who don't normally talk to one another, bringing them together and saying, how do we sustain a conversation across these?
Marshall, you were one of our first online players, and then that venue continues, but even more and bigger venues for you. Say a word.
Yeah, I moved back to Center for Public CPL, and we're now calling ourselves the Practicing Democracy Project there, focusing on three things: on leadership development, which includes our classes between the online and offline. We work with about 400 students every year in practice-oriented organizing of public narrative, but also the workshops we do all over the place. And the second is what we call praxis development. It's combining research and what we learn about the pedagogy of practice, because that's what we've tried to do, and we want to pursue that now. And then third is capacity building in the world. And on that one, well, for example, we're doing a class at Stanford. I go out there tomorrow on practicing democracy, also known as organizing, but organizing not as a picket sign, organizing as people, how they can turn their resources into the power they need to achieve the change they want. That has meaning in lots of places. John back there was talking about our colleague Peja Stojicic, who's doing the same thing over at the School of Public Health right now, bringing into healthcare practice these kinds of elements. And finally, we work then with the Leading Change Network, which is a network of people that we work with around the world, and where we do a lot of the capacity development work, and we'll continue to do that in many different international cultural settings. So it's kind of like all new all the time, and that's what you get from teaching here. You get to have a conversation with the future on a regular basis. I mean, how cool is that? And so, yeah, that's it.
It is super cool. So, Mark Moore, you got a little glimpse of 5 of us up here. You got us into some really interesting questions, and whether we knew it or not, you were sort of bringing us into opportunities to think, opportunities to teach, opportunities to bring people together, opportunities to have an impact in the world. My year, it all continues fresh and anew, all of us. So the influence doesn't end, and I didn't hear anybody having a shorter to-do list. If you're wondering, oh yeah, we're almost done with this work, and then we'll move on from here. I think you hear lots and lots of work here. The other thing that's exciting for me is bringing on the next generation of people to do this work. And I think to a person, each of us have our eyes on the next generation of people to do this. So we never teach alone, we never work alone anymore. And that's really helpful. So I could envision sometime in the future, and we'll invite you back, there'll be some Hauser Center and inspired principals dinner, and we'll be talking just like this. And then Mark or somebody else, you know what, you should think about doing X. And all of us took that challenge, as you can tell, and continue in the work. So Mark, we thank you, we honor you, we admire you greatly, and you'll always be part of this particular circle. So come back anytime. Thanks, friend. So my friends Greg and Melissa tell me that I used to be a program coordinator, so we're pretty good at time and details. There's going to be a little reset so you can get your lunch. So I think what we're going to do, you can tell us in about 15 minutes, the lunch is going to appear. So what you can do is sort of stand, talk among yourselves here, and lunch will be ready in about 15 minutes. So thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Greg. Thanks all. Take care.
I'm Frank Hartman, a longtime colleague of Mark's. Mark describes me, only half truthfully, as his first boss. So in the early 1970s, I was director of research and evaluation for all of New York City's drug programs. And Mark and Martha showed up, I think with Phoebe in nascent tow, and wanted the use of our data. And it was our data that fed Mark's dissertation. So that was our first relationship. The conversation now is less thematic than this morning's conversations and this afternoon's conversations. It is vignettes, stories, just little slices into Mark. So as somebody said in the break between session 1 and session 2 this morning, I said, what do you think? And the person said, we're realizing much more about the breadth of Mark Moore than we knew before. So I'm going to start with a couple of little stories. There are different people who are lined up to sort of tell little stories. We have at least one, if not two, video clips, but we're asking that everyone be succinct so that there's plenty of room for anyone who wants to tell a story about Mark to tell his or her their story about Mark. So my stories about Mark begin in San Diego, probably 20 years ago. And Mark and I were part of a conversation, working conversation about policing. And at dinner the first night, Mark and I and the chief of San Diego and several other people are at sort of a quasi head table. And there was a man there also who was pretty severely disabled. Clearly had some trouble moving and sort of acting. So there was a tension when the food was served until Mark reached over to the man and said, may I please cut your meat? May I please cut your meat? The attention and the warmth, it says something about who Mark is. Not about his career, but the attention and warmth that inform him as he moves through that career. We heard this morning something that I hadn't heard before. I wish Matt Andrews were here. He's one of my teaching heroes at the Kennedy School because of how he teaches and what he teaches. And I hadn't known that Mark kept him here. Mark had him to his house. Mark listened to him. Mark talked to him about the value he would add by staying. And it wouldn't have happened without Mark. Another valuable addition to the Kennedy School. A little sort of point about Mark and what he brings to the conversation. I was faculty chair of the summer program for many years for the incoming mid-career students. And Mark gave me something to say to them. And it was, work hard not to give offense. Work equally hard not to take offense. So it was that bit of wisdom that people kept coming back to. Oh, that's really interesting. And then finally, when I first came to the Kennedy School full-time in 1985, I was really nobody. If there was a hierarchy, I was just below the bottom rung. And I still am, by the way. But Mark always treated me as an equal. He, in effect, was my boss, but he never introduced me as, this is Frank Hartman, whom I've sort of brought along. He always said, this is Frank Hartman, my colleague. He treated me as an equal. He listened. He valued what I had to say. He actually is the reason I'm on the faculty because he handed over to me the teaching of criminal justice policy and management. But in terms of his treating me as an equal and others as equals, you know who he's like in this regard? Tom Schelling, Richard Neustadt, Edith Stokey, Ernest May, because it was quite remarkable back then at lunches, at whatever, Schelling, Neustadt, Stokey, May, they would listen to everybody as if he or she were equal. Let's listen to your ideas. So Mark stands fully with those founders of the Kennedy School and what he brought to the conversation and whom he included in the conversation. So Mark, if in some manner or fashion, those people who are not physically present could be here, they're smiling at you, they're applauding you. Thank you. So Steve Goldsmith, okay, whatever. And you can stay wherever you're comfortable, Steve, just so you're on the edge somewhere and people can hear you.
To do this quickly, I've known Mark for 40 years, and Frank's given me 1 minute for every decade. So I'll do this as fast as I can. I was a young elected district attorney, and I was active in writing a journal for district attorneys about research, and I sat on a review. I was the only district attorney who was willing to sit on National Institute of Justice peer reviews. So every 2 months, I would have to read this stuff that Mark Moore wrote, because everybody who submitted a proposal at NIJ quoted Mark Moore. So I thought, well, if I'm a DA, I should go meet Mark Moore. So I came out to Cambridge, and this was a big deal for me. I was a DA in Indianapolis, Indiana. I wasn't sure that Mark Moore would even talk to me. I remember loitering outside the door, knocking gently on the door, opening up the door. Mark was there talking to you at the time. And I asked him kind of how I could think about systems reform and district attorney. Mark recruited me into the prosecutor's executive session. That was the beginning of my relationship with Mark 40 years ago, 35 years ago. I raised it only because each of the threads in Mark's life I intersect with. The justice work, then the public value work that we've heard so much about today. Last week, just to kind of emphasize the obvious, I was participating in Nort's panel on the Bloomberg Mayor's Innovation Program, and each of the 10 cities had to present their idea about something important they're going to accomplish in their city. Each one started with a strategic triangle. Every single city. Now, it was a little nudging on York's part, but that's a proxy of you in any event, right? And then I, right before I came to the Kennedy School, I was on the Council for Excellence in Government, organization that then existed in D.C. They passed out a book at our first meeting saying you really need to read this book. It was Accounting for Change, a book that maybe none of you have read. It's about 100 pages long. It's Mark's least large treatise. And it should be a assignment for every story, every class on innovation, and has been in my work to kind of translate innovation going forward. I think just in summary, Frank, whether it's discretion in public servants, it's public value, it's criminal justice reform, my work is with practitioners. I think I can safely say without any hesitation that there's been no academic who's had more influence on the world of practice than Mark Moore has. He's my friend and intellectual mentor. It's great to be here and have an opportunity to say thank you, Mark and Martha.
Thank you, Steve. We want to hear from Susan Irving, and then I'm going to have a little video of Julie Bartolana, and we want to open it up. So this is meant to be anybody saying anything of whatever kind. So let's give Susan a mic.
Thank you. You all already heard my comments on early Kennedy School, but this is more about Mark and Martha as a family. And I have known Mark, it will be 50 years this fall, as I started at the Kennedy School in 1972 and went through. And to earn money later in my career at the Kennedy School, I babysat for a young woman there in the red scarf, Phoebe, who was born in 1974. And as she told someone, we've known each other, although I haven't seen her in a long time, since she was about 0. And then with 1975 when Mark was at the Justice Department, and my dissertation research took me to Washington, and Mark and Martha generously housed me. And I had the bottom bunk and Phoebe had the top bunk, which was really good because I'm afraid of top bunks. And then so that I can embarrass more of the family. That was the summer that poor Martha was letting Toby sleep through the night. And Toby didn't like it. And I remember, an unmarried graduate student. And so it sounded to me like he cried forever. I am now a mother, and I can only imagine how this sounded to Martha. It must have sounded like it was all night and just so painful. But then when I finally finished my dissertation, and got married, and up here, because Joe, my husband, was also a graduate. My parents were overseas, so we got married at Memorial Church. Phoebe was the flower girl in my wedding, and we had a lot of fun the evening before with Mark saying, "I'm the father of the flower girl. Who are you?" But anyway, Phoebe was the flower girl in my wedding, and you know you're old when your flower girl gets married, gets a PhD, and has a 14-year-old. But they were so generous and so good to me.
Thank you, Susan. John Bennington this morning talked about the legacy and the next generation, and he specifically mentioned young women as carrying the legacy. We wanted to hear from Julie Bartolana.
Mark, I wish I could be with you today to celebrate your work and all the major ways in which you have shaped both the Harvard Kennedy School and the field of public management and leadership. From the conceptualization of the strategic triangle to the examination of the conditions enabling collaborative capacity and your commitment to experiential learning and pedagogical innovation, there is so much that we owe you and that we have all learned from you. Thank you for role modeling for us the kind of intellectual engagement and curiosity that is the root of all high impact academic work. I also would like to use this opportunity to thank you, Mark, for everything you've done for the Social Innovation and Change Initiative. You were with us on day one, participating in our early brainstorming and pushing us to embrace an ambitious mission to help social change makers navigate the politics of change. Congratulations on everything you've accomplished. I look forward to continuing to learn from you in the months and years to come. Even though you're retiring, I know we will continue to engage in vibrant intellectual exchanges, and I very much look forward to it. Thank you again on my behalf and on behalf of our whole team at the Social Innovation and Change Initiative, and I very much look forward to celebrating with you in person soon. Take good care. Bye.
One of the wonderful people who will carry Mark forward in the way she thinks and the way that she teaches and the way that she approaches her intellectual work. Now, when I'm teaching, I do a lot of warm calling, in which I tell people before the class or even the night before, I'm going to have you start the conversation. But I also do cold calling. And so I looked at Jack and said, raised my eyebrows, and he said, yes. But I'm looking for other people too, and the chance for other people to share. Where's the mic for Jack? Great, thank you, Jack.
So
stand so people can see you.
So I get a chance to actually say a few things that I'd prepared in the next session, but this is actually something that just occurred to me about 30 seconds before Frank raised his eyebrows at me, which was an episode where I was informed, but also to some extent snookered by Mark. And this was during my time as a doctoral student. And I forget the specific occasion, but Mark was giving a presentation where he invoked Claude Lévi-Strauss's concept of the bricoleur, the person who unites his intellectual constructs with the existential realities of the world to shape something better. And in a profoundly atheoretical, opportunistic, resourceful way. And I thought that was really cool. And I also thought the bricoleur was one of those ineffable, untranslatable French terms. And of course, I then, being a insecure, pretentious doctoral student, looked for the opportunity to use it as often as I could in the subsequent months. And a little bit later on, I was on a hiking trip in France and driving through the French equivalent of Natick. And there was this enormous store with, plastic flags out front and a sign that basically said supplies for bricoleurs. And I realized this was an utterly prosaic term that is almost identical to handyman. And that I'd been kind of trying to impress people with it, to no effect. But then fast forward about 35 years, and I was visiting Mark's place on the Cape and realized, as I had not quite known as much before, that Mark is a bricoleur. He had all these projects. He knows what he's doing with tools. And he can do what a bricoleur does, which is combine the vision in his mind with the brute existential facts of reality to make something better. And I think that fact that Mark knows how to do this, he shapes things, he changes things, is an explanation of his kind of well-justified competence as a policy entrepreneur, as an academic, as a teacher. He knows how this is done, and he's taught us how it's done.
So first I want to comment on the smartest thing that Mark's ever done. He's done many, many smart things, but when he was a graduate student, we went to a dinner and this very attractive woman came along. And I turned to Sally, my then and current wife, and said, "Geez, she was really terrific. I hope he marries her." And he did. And this whole table wouldn't be here if that hadn't happened. Um, I want to comment on Mark's bricoleur capabilities. After they got married, they were on the way to being homeless. And Sally and I had a house, and when there was a third floor apartment, which was sort of empty. And Mark was really a terrific scholar. He had gone to Yale in this very snazzy PPE program. He had taken courses and impressed the leading political scientists in the world. And he said, "Well, we can live there and I'll build the kitchen." And I sort of say, "Did Robert Dahl teach you that?" But it did. So Mark he is quite capable of doing many things. And that leads me to my third point. There's been a lot of discussion this morning about how Mark has taught this person and taught that person and been a leader for that person. But I had to think of a word that rhymed with bricoleur. There aren't many, but my word is omnivore. Okay? Okay. At the Kennedy School, we have two themes that always seem to be a little bit in tension. One is between the academic side, the intellectual side, and one is with the practitioner side. And I believe that the reason that Mark Moore has been the success that he has been is because he has partaken heavily from both sides of the table. So it's not only that he teaches practitioners, we heard a minute or two ago that his book was the most influential book on practice, and he's been most influential scholar on practice, but he's gone out every time and sort of talked to people and said, what are they doing? How are they operating? And also, using his intellectual side, how can they do this better? Sometimes he does the most important thing for people, which is he doesn't say, I'm going to describe this room in great detail. So there was his sister who had a black jacket next to his grandson who had a blue shirt, and so on and so forth. But explain the principle as to why the table was organized this way. And if you want to understand what Mark's done in his intellectual work, I would say, having observed it over many decades, is he's always looked around the room, looked around the community, looked around the organization, looked around the government to see what is the fundamental principle there that explains the way things are operating and the way that they could operate. And by providing us with frameworks that anyone can understand, I suspect because gather that your 14-year-old grandson is really good at these things. He, he he's already been, instructed on these measures. And if he hasn't, this afternoon when you go home, ask Grandpa to tell you what it is, or anybody in the room. Um, so anyhow, to the most successful omnivore that I've ever known, to a person who can deal and engage effectively with everybody in this room and everybody in this building, but also the people scattered 1 mile from here or 14,000 miles from here. He used to go and teach executive programs in the furthest reaches of the world. They all learned from Mark Moore. So it's been a great pleasure to have Mark as a friend and colleague for as many decades as anyone in this room.
Bill Cook, who came all this way from North Carolina, colleague of Mark's. We tried several times to get Phil to do more than spend a day here. But personal things came up, and so we have Phil for a day. But Phil and Mark have really produced some wonderful stuff together. Phil.
Yeah, I think Mark and I met in 1972, and we had a terrific conversation about heroin. I remember. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. But we were always looking for excuses to spend more time together. And damned if Mark wasn't appointed the chair of one of these prestigious National Academy of Sciences panels in 1978. At age, if I did the math correctly, 31. Is that what it amounted to? About alcohol policy, a subject, as far as I know, Mark had not actually written on. But and in the spirit of, we got to spend more time together, so that he invited me to join that panel. But he was the youngest guy in the room. That it was a bunch of senior scholars, some of them very senior, like Tom Schelling, who was part of that. And it seemed like absolutely daunting task for the 31-year-old version of Mark to shape up this unruly group, all of whom had distinguished research records, except me, in alcohol policy and all the rest, and to get them to change the way they were thinking about the problem of alcohol to our society, which at the time was dominated by the alcoholism paradigm, namely that there was a small percentage of the population especially vulnerable to this issue, and that what we needed to do was to isolate them, separate them from alcohol, to treat them, and the rest of us could go on and drink as much as we like without any concern, is what it amounts to. The shift from that perspective to a population-based perspective, and I guess what would be called a public health perspective, I think over the course of that, Mark, the youngest guy in the room, every time we met, was a miracle worker, and we came together on a very coherent report. And because it did have the cachet of the National Academy, I think it was also an influential report that he was able to pull off, just because he had the big idea, was able to. And let me just say, I mean, this is one example of many I've already heard about. Another thought that occurred to me this morning: a lot of us academics have the idea of a legacy. We like the idea of and that we will not die, and usually it's the notion that our students will carry on after us along the way, and obviously there is a great deal of that. But for Mark, it is also his colleagues have become his proteges. I think I am one of those people whose career was transformed, and transformed particularly by that experience working on that panel, and changed the direction that it took. Deeply grateful. I am a small part of your legacy and greatly appreciate that. I also owe to you my impression that every National Academy panel was going to be an exciting event like this, and that turned out to be dead and sadly wrong. So the rule is, if Mark is chairing, sign up. That's going to work.
Just one thing, I'm reminded when Bill talks about the National Academy walking in with Mark, Steve Goldsmith was there. And Steve said to Mark, "Why are we here?" And Mark said, "Because you're data, Steve." So please.
Good afternoon. I'm Randy Evans. I thought I'd introduce myself as saying I'm the only person in this room who went to high school with Mark, but Martha was just down the street. So that's not true. But I probably am the only person in this room who went to high school with Mark and then also had him as a professor here at the Kennedy School. And I was finishing up 5 years in the Navy in Washington, D.C., and had been accepted at this small public policy program. And I ran into Mark and Martha on the mall in Washington. We hadn't seen each other since graduation from high school. And after a polite conversation, he said, "Well, what are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm going to this really small little program. You probably haven't heard about it." And he smiled and said, "Well, not only have I heard about it, I was in the first program, and I'm going to be your teacher." So I'm here just to say the humanity of Mark Moore. After 15 years in governmental service, I then went to work for a large railroad who decided that I ought to retire a little bit earlier than I was ready to retire. And I was feeling in the dumps. And Mark said, I know that you were also chairman of the Public Housing Agency and chairman of the local Habitat for Humanity. Why don't you come up here to Cambridge and teach a few classes about the difference between governmental housing provision and not-for-profit housing provision? What a tonic it was for me at that time. So thank you, Mark. And I'm just thrilled to be part of this event today.
So I'm going to join my fellow fogies in the audience and reminisce back to a long time ago, 40 years ago, well, actually over 40 years when I started on the Kennedy School faculty. And I was a newly minted Harvard Government Department PhD and was prepared to be a political scientist, not surprisingly. That's what I was trained as. And I landed at the Kennedy School actually with the help of Richard Zeckhauser, who, another dear friend. He got me here. I had no idea what I was getting into. I had no idea. I sort of thought it was, so the view in the government department was the Kennedy School. It's like a political science department, but they're not quite as academic. They're more, they think they're practical, which the people in the political science board did not regard as a compliment. And I had no idea what this was about. I was plopped my very first year as a first-year assistant professor into one of the core courses, teaching under Mark, or co-teacher teaching under, really. I was apprenticing to Mark. And I just want to say that experience really has shaped my life since then, really in two ways. I hope Mark knows this. I think I may have said it to him. One is teaching me as a political scientist from a research perspective, the importance of prescription and trying to make the world a better place, rather than just being like this on the outside, looking into those weird things called government, which was the political science perspective. So he taught me when I did my research, I should do good research, but I should always pay attention to what suggestions you have for how government can do a better job. That was the first thing you taught me. And that was amazing. I'm now so I've forgotten the second thing. Give me a second. I will remember. There was a second thing, Mark. Maybe I should. You know what? I'll just stop at the first thing. Well, I'll think of the second thing later and tell it to Mark privately. Thank you, guys.
Hello, Mark. This is Timo speaking from Germany. Today is the day to say thank you. First of all, thank you for what you achieved for the field. We help to see us why and how the public administration is a positive force for society. In times when the notion of public was challenged, when it was threatened, when it was weak, you helped to make it stronger again. Thank you, Mark. You also helped me in my professional life to see what is really important. When I read your 95 book, I got mesmerized. And since then, I have been passionate about to translate the notion of public value into a European context, both in public and private institutions. Thank you. Thank you, Mark, for your passion, for your rigor, for your wisdom, for your friendship. Take care, and above all, keep going. Thank you, Mark.
Well, it's a delight for me to join with a large number of other people who have been powerfully influenced in their life by Mark Moore. Like Steve Kellman, I arrived at the Kennedy School shortly after Mark had been tenured as a very young professor and given responsibility for trying to help build the public management enterprise at the school. Glommed on Steve and myself, and helped us to understand something really powerful about teaching. One was how to get the most out of a case. I'd never seen a case taught before until I ran into Mark and observed him carefully and had him coach me through how to pull out the best in the people who were in the classroom. But I think even more importantly, he taught those of us who were mentored by him that a course is not simply a collection of cases that are loosely strung together. There is, in fact, a set of themes that need to be explored, reinforced. And so when you come to the end of it, there is a coherent whole that sum of the parts, simply the sum of the parts. You helped mentor not Steve and myself, but in this enterprise as well. And I will forever be enormously thankful for your contributions here. Secondly, Mark is about as systematic a thinker I have encountered. I have never talked about a subject which he has not organized it, reorganized it, thought about it, rethought out it. Some people tend to skip along life here and there. Mark, if it doesn't fit into some systematic framework, you are not yet finished. And he is going to do that. And yet, he has come up with titles for his books that you can actually remember and which have and that I am most wedded to. They were recognizing, followed by creating. And they both have an incredible display of intellectual framework around them that help people understand that one of the most important things in life, the values that we have, recognizing those both individually. Third observation and final about Mark is that he is one of those people, genuinely an institution builder. He doesn't just do his own thing. But whether it's justice, three remarkable contributions when you think about it. There are not many people that I am aware of who have displayed their intellectual talent and ability in three related but quite distinct realms. And that's a genuine accomplishment. I do remember one conversation with him was rising. Okay, crime rates were rising, and I was very concerned, particularly for my family. And I said, Mark, how worried should I be about all of this? And he said, where you live and where you travel does not put you at the epicenter of the problem. Simply relax and go about doing your business, and your wife and children will be safe. And that was the perfect advice that I needed. I went home promptly and told Anne to relax, and which she did. Mark has been just a wonderful friend, virtually all of us in the room, for an incredibly long period of time. Friendships often come and go, don't last for very long. Mark is one of those people who has a lot of what I like to call enduring friendships, relationships. That's something that's special in life. You can't purchase it, you can't have to earn it. Mark,
So the next three people, Maureen Griffin, Tim O'Brien, Anthony Braga, but I want to point something out. David Kennedy began his talk to and about yesterday, and he said, Mark, I want you to listen to the positive things we're saying about you. And the reason I say this is because I just saw Mark go like this. No arms. Yeah, we want you to listen and accept and feel the regard and love here. So Maureen, please. By the way, you'll notice that the next three people are all under a generation or two generations down from Mark and me.
I thought I'd mix it up a little bit, got a girl and somebody slightly younger than Mark. No, I'm Maureen Griffin. I'm one of the co-EDs at the Ash Center. And I just felt like we needed to say, yeah, he's smart. Like we get it. He's really, really smart. What no one has actually talked about is, why do I know a senior founding faculty member at the Kennedy School? And it is because Mark is so generous and kind. So I met Mark working for Steve Goldsmith 18 years ago. And there's probably no reason we should have kept a friendship up, except we did, because Mark is Mark. And you'll notice there's a lot of staff around this room. Beth Banks, the former head of HR at the Kennedy School, is here. And it's because you're so lovely to work with and to work for. So yeah, you're smart. I get it.
Tim, please. Tim is younger among our faculty, and I always have student advisees, and there's a choice within Ronnie Heifetz's sort of stable, if you will, Ronnie and Hugh Doherty and Farai and Tim. And when students ask me, I said, oh no, Tim, because Tim's still in the process inventing this. He's alive, he's engaged. So Tim, please. You didn't know I was going to say that? Yeah, I told you he was engaged. Okay, Anthony Braga, and then, okay.
Hi, I'm Anthony Braga. I'm a professor of criminology at the University of Pennsylvania. And I had the good fortune of starting my career off in the program in criminal justice here. And last night I had the opportunity to talk about Mark's tremendous impact on the field and on my career. And when Frank signaled to me and said, "Hey, would you like to say something?" I said, "Okay, well, what else could I say that I didn't say last night?" And then I thought about it for a moment and I said, "There's so much more to say." Uh, Mark, I don't know if you just understand how much you've impacted my career. As a young academic, you're often filled with self-doubt. You know, how do I fit? You don't feel very confident about your ability to move forward. And thinking about what Phil just said about the national academies, after the Columbine shootings, when we had this spree of school shootings that followed that, and the national academies called on you to lead a panel. And you wisely said, let's do case studies because these are rare events and we really need to have a thick description of what's going on. You asked me to help you staff the panel, which I took as a tremendous honor, you know, to be amongst, you know, people like Phil Cook and other distinguished scholars. But I was like, what could I do? And I decided I'll do whatever Mark tells me to do. And an important moment was when we were, you know, fairly well along in the process. You said, okay, Anthony, I'd like you to help me work on the analytic framework. And I thought, okay, well, whatever you want me to do, I'll do. And I recognized that you were actually, you know, helping me move along to develop a way of summarizing, thinking, and structuring what we'd been learning together over the past year and a half. And then after we worked through the analytic framework, you said, now I want you to write the literature review. So for you to have that faith in me to write a chapter for a National Academies report, it really made me feel good about myself. It gave me the confidence and it felt like I had something to contribute. Thank you very much for that.
Do it.
About Anthony and Phil. And like Steve, I've just forgotten it. But let me think for a minute and it'll come back to me perhaps. Let's see. Oh, I know what it was. So Anthony, you can. Oh well, okay. We this was an unusual National Academy of Sciences panel because usually these are convened to review research that's already completed. Right? Oh, there hadn't been any very systematic research on school violence and school shootings and stuff like that. And so we were going to have to do original research, which the National Academy of Sciences almost never does. And they certainly don't do it in the form of case studies. All right. We decided that was the only way this thing could be studied. What we had was this experience. It wasn't enough, fortunately, to draw systematic conclusions. We had to kind of inspect the data and what was there and stuff like that. And I remember we finished the report and we submitted it to the National Academy of Sciences review panel. And we were assaulted by a series of social scientists who said that we had nowhere near enough data to justify any conclusions. That we just, the sample size was too small. And I remember my friend Phil Cook standing up and saying, listen, this is the whole universe. This is not a sample. There is no sampling error here. This is the whole goddamn universe. Now what are you going to do with it? And I remember feeling so glad that somebody was speaking sense to what the central intellectual challenge was at that stage, which wasn't to review and check and see whether we'd establish the truth or falsity of a claim about whether A causes B to occur or not, but essentially to say something bad just happened. I wonder what in the world we could possibly do about it. That was, I felt so well protected by my friend Phil, as I had in the earlier panel on alcohol, because Phil actually carried out in he did original research in that context as well. And in that original research, he developed a statistical method that we used that took advantage of variation in state level experience of prices on alcohol deaths and traffic fatalities, right? And showed that we could actually reduce alcoholism and traffic accident deaths by increasing the price of alcohol, right? Which nobody thought was plausible or possible, right? And that's opened up the room then for what we thought of as supply reduction efforts as well as demand reduction efforts in this field. So, these things just kept coming along. That there were these people that were doing this interesting work, and as long as we kept the challenge in front of us, we invented stuff, right? And we got closer to the truth than we otherwise could have done. So I just wanted to say that. Allison, I didn't mean to front of you.
Any opportunity to hear you talk is a wonderful one. So I'm Alison Gandenrock. I am a PhD candidate at Desert Health Faculty of Management at McGill. I was for over 5 years working alongside Mark after being his student. I think we've known each other for about 10 years. And I wasn't going to say anything until Tim started me off with just that really heartfelt emotion. And Mark has touched my life in many ways, mostly academic, but also personal. So I'll start with the academic. Mark saw a place for me in academia. He saw my potential, and I wouldn't be where I am right now. I've just passed my comprehensive exam. Thank you. And I'm proposing my dissertation. And surprisingly, it falls somewhere in the intersection of gender inequality, public value, and seeing work in ways that perhaps we haven't through a lens that maybe has been gender neutral or perhaps has been gender blind. So that's the crux of my research. And through many, many conversations with Mark, also with Martha, around kind of the issues, the unseen labor, what is work? When is work work? When is it not work? Having those conversations about positive and negative externalities around the creation of public value and having a more expansive view. So thank you, Mark, for seeing a place for me and helping me realize that space. And also just to let you know that this accent is Welsh, South Wales. The business school, actually Cardiff, Newport, the business school in Cardiff was seriously considering, I think, renaming itself in Mark's honor as a public value business school. And Mark, this is the personal, and why I picked the mic up. Mark took my parents to dinner. Thank you, Mark. I lost my dad to COVID last year. So thank you. You're a good human being. You're the best in academia. Thank you.
Moore, the younger Galen Moore. Not yet.
They didn't need to hear me say it. Right. Clear my throat. um, so growing up, it was hard for me. Some of you I work with now, some of you met me ages ago and haven't seen me since. I was a small child with hair the color of my daughter's there, but curly. And it was really hard for me to wrap that little curly head around what my father's job was. I knew that he was a professor at Harvard, and that involved a lot of frowning at the computer and an endlessly resupplied pile of manuscript pages in the kitchen drawer with blank backsides on which to draw horses, cats, squat houses with triangular roofs against a sky of puppy clouds, and checkmark birds. Pages and pages of important Harvard professor thoughts that we turned into Christmas wish lists, notes to ourselves and each other, maps to our friends' houses. I knew that it meant long days of travel, after which you had to get up in front of a bunch of people and say something meaningful, whether you felt like it or not. And I knew that being a Harvard professor came with some bragging rights. But beyond all this, things got very fuzzy. And for most of my peers and much of my life, very boring. So strategic management in the public sector was a bunch of words strung together to produce vacant stares or polite nods, or ideally new subjects. In the dystopian HBO series Severance, workers in the macro data refinement department of a cultish and deeply creepy corporation are tasked with scanning screens full of streaming, swirling, pulsing numbers looking for patterns. Not mathematical or visual patterns, but something more ineffable. Eventually, a cluster of numbers reveals itself as unsettling or scary or happy and gets dumped into a file. The work, the management explains, is mysterious and important. A phrase that I wish I'd had on hand as a teenager trying to explain what creating public value meant. My father's work was mysterious and important. It involved scanning a world full of streaming, swirling, pulsing individual lives, looking for patterns, and drawing a line around something ineffable, something worth caring about, something that moved us or scared us or excited us, and bringing it into focus and organizing enough pulsing, swirling individuals around that thing to make more of what made us feel good together and less of what made us unsettled or angry or scared. Any of you here are in the same business, trying to work out the mechanics and the mysteries, the bugs and fixes for our collective lives. Take our collective mess and draw a tidy shape around it, a triangle or a cube or a daisy. To set those shapes in motion, climbing a ladder or building a chain of cause and effect, some kind of choo-choo train chugging forward, braking, stalling, refueling, electrifying. There's a pervasive sense lately that the train of our collective life is coming off the rails or careening towards a cliff's edge. And we're standing there with a triangle and some circles, trying to reroute. This work is mysterious and important. And this work is hard and often discouraging and sometimes scary. And looking at my daughter, Harriet, reminds me every day that the work for me, and I think for all of us here, is an obligation encounter. But our obligations are to one another, And the good news is we care about each other. So we can carry that obligation and hard work with the joy of serving and caring for and learning from one another. This may not come as much surprise to you, is exactly how our family works. We work hard to love and care for and learn from and delight one another. Mark Moore you know in public is very much the same Mark Moore we know in private. But these days we mostly call him by his grandchildren name, by the name his grandchildren call him. Not Grandpa, Grumpy. It's been our privilege to share our Grumpy with you, and we hope you'll all think of yourselves as part of the family and keep on working hard to care for and learn from and bring joy to each other and to all the people whose lives you touch.
I believe that the Moore grandchildren are going to help with some logistics of the Ash Center gift to Mark. The Ash Center, you'll see what it is. It's wishful thinking on their part, but this all assumes that Mark continues to spend time on the Cape. It's a double. That's wonderful. I don't know how much time, Mark, strategize how much time you're going to spend in the hammock, please. Wait, but you can have a final remark if you want. We're good. Thank you. Thank you. I would just like us to be quiet for a minute. Think about what we've heard. Just think about the richness. Just take a minute. Different things come to mind that you've heard or that you said. It, Mark, you are a very rich tapestry, multifaceted. You've allowed us to share in it, benefit from it, and maybe even give back to it a little bit. Thank you, Mark.
Can you help me, Tim? Um, um, this is utterly overwhelming, to be perfectly candid. When Frank observes me going like this, what he's really observing is my desperate desire to flee entirely. And in the absence of the ability to flee, to protect myself. And my oldest daughter, Phoebe, is a wonderful daughter and a very insightful clinician. And so we were talking yesterday afternoon, and I told her, she said, "How are you doing, Dad?" And I said, "I feel like my executioners are coming to get me." She said to me, "Well, why are you feeling that way? Why don't you tell me a little bit about why you might be feeling that way?" And I thought, oh God, I really have to do this. And I began thinking about it. And then a thought flashed through my mind. And the thought was, and it's been brought to mind a little bit later after the thought flashed through my head, the wonderful, horrible line in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, right? When the husband who's being played by Richard Birkin and the wife who's being played by Elizabeth Taylor, right? And the husband, they fight all the time, all the time. And the husband finally turns to Elizabeth Taylor and says, she says, why are you so angry at me? He says to this wife. He thinks he's given a lot too and stuff like that. And she turns to him and she says, because you did the unbearably awful, horrible, insupportable thing of daring to love me. Right? And I thought to myself, that's really the feeling that, it's really hard to take in the idea that I might have possibly meant this much to you. Okay? And I'm extremely grateful for that, obviously. But I have to tell you also, this is another comment from my other daughter, which is, as I was preparing for this event and going through my files and thinking about things and worrying endlessly about, the guest list and all that sort of stuff, right? And but I kept feeling like I was getting bigger, bigger, and bigger, and bigger as I was going through each of these things. And this other line came to me I learned last night from one of our colleagues that it was from Walt Whitman, which is, I hold multitudes within me, hold a multitude within me, right? And it was an overpowering feeling that it wasn't me, right? It was this whole river that we'd been, just like Marshall's poem this morning, that we're part of this great river, and you have to have a little bit of faith in that great river. And the right way to have faith in it is to engage in it, start swimming in it, start interacting with it as best you can, and it doesn't stop. So my other daughter said, so I said, I kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And my daughter, Ellen, said, sort of like a tick. I said, well, I hope the people that I'm thinking about don't think that I've sucked their blood out of them. I hope that what they feel like is that I have been swimming with them and swelling with the majesty of each's contribution to me and to the world. And to the extent that I've had an opportunity to participate in that effort and enjoy it, I couldn't be more grateful, and I couldn't be more terrified. Thank you very much for having given me a chance to be in your lives and to work together on important projects. We appreciate it. Yeah.
Archon, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, okay. I wonder if we're on in the room. I thought we'd go maybe.
Give us 1 second.
Okay, cool. Oh, Jack's actually.
Okay, can you try to say something?
Yeah, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, I think it's.
1, 2, 3,
I think
4.
we'll just get the room to settle.
Okay, audio's working though. Yeah. I was thinking we'd go Jack and then Kim and then Jeff, and then if there was time left, I'd say a few things before opening it up. Does that sound all right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. If everyone could take a seat, we're going to do a quick sound check and start the next panel. And our moderator's on Zoom, so I'm playing moderator for a second. Okay, Archon, can you, and Kim and Jeff, can you try to
Yeah.
say something?
This is Archon testing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, we'll put the room volume up a touch. Try again.
This is Archon testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Archon testing. 1, 2, 3,
Kim?
4.
And this is Kim testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it's just the ambient noise. I think you're fine. Just do a quick, make sure you're.
Test.
Okay, Archon, we can pass it to you.
Okay, should we start? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can start.
Okay, great. Hey, hi everyone. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there with you in person. I was very much looking forward to this all semester, but I am still isolating, quarantining because of COVID. But I've really enjoyed the day's discussion so far. What a great discussion of Mark's work and contributions, and really a tribute to so many years of contributions to the world, to public service, and to the Kennedy School. The topic of this panel now is innovations in government and governance. And I think it's a very fitting way to kind of lead into the last part of the day. The panel today, the only person who is able to be actually in the room with you is Jack Donahue, who's the Raymond Vernon Senior Lecturer in Public Policy. As folks know, Jack works on all things public sector. He's written over 14 books, including most recently with Karen Eggleston and Richard Zeckhauser, who spoke at lunch. He's written The Dragon, The Eagle, and the Private Sector 2021. He also served in the first Clinton administration as Assistant Secretary, and then as counselor to the Secretary of Labor. Jack has contributed to the Kennedy School in too many ways to enumerate, including helping to found the joint degree program with the business school, launching the Slate Teaching and Learning Initiative in 2007, and then until very, very recently, chairing the MPP program from 2010 to 21. Thanks, Jack. It was really great to work with you in that capacity, especially. Second up is Kim Leary, who is currently serving as a Robert Wood Johnson Health Policy Senior Fellow, working in the Biden administration as White House advisor to the Council on Women and Girls, where she leads initiatives for diversity in STEM fields and empowerment for women and girls of color. She is also a senior vice president at the Urban Institute and a lecturer at the Kennedy School, as well as an associate professor of psychology at the medical school, and also does health policy and management at the Chan School of Public Health, where she directs the Enabling Change program. Before that, she served as an advisor to the White House during the Obama administration and launched the Advancing Equity Initiative there. And then the third member of the panel is Jeff Mulligan, who is CBE. For those people not from the British Commonwealth, that stands for Commander of the British Empire. Jeff is Professor of Collective Intelligence, Public Policy, and Social Innovation at the University College of London. From 2011 to 19, he was Chief Executive of NESTA, the National Endowment for Science, Technology, and Arts. Before that, he was the director of the Prime Minister's Strategy Unit at Number 10 under Prime Minister Tony Blair. He was co-founder of the London-based think tank Demos and served as its director from 1993 to 98. And before that, chief advisor to Gordon Brown when Mr. Brown was Prime Minister in the early 1990s. All right. So why don't we begin with Jack? So over to you, Jack.
All right. And do we have some slides? Yes. An interesting experience to be the one flesh and blood member of a panel. I'm sure that those of you who haven't had it already will have it soon enough. So I'm organizing this mostly around my second favorite Mark Moore graphic aid. But to get there actually does require going through, I'm organizing it around my favorite Mark Moore graphic aid, but getting there requires going through everybody's favorite and best known, which I will give a little bit of due deference to. This is the very simplest form of the canonical Platonic ideal of the Mark Moore approach. This is stripped down, no adjectives or adverbs. I'm sure Mark would prefer to add several. But we all know this. This is what comes up if you Google Moore strategic alignment and get several hundred hits. This is also something that I have found powerfully shapes my work and my approach to public policy. And when I was faculty chair of the MPP program, as Archon described, I made it my business to make sure that every single MPP does take this on as part of the first year. And I think I have it embedded in such a way that it'll be really hard to uproot. So I think every single MPP is going to be getting at least a little dose of more for the foreseeable future. But this is only my second favorite Mark Moore graphic. My favorite is maybe less well known. And in fact, I'm not even sure where this, I'm sure it's been published, but my memory of it, which is a vivid and deep and detailed memory, comes from a kind of an oral presentation with a blackboard long ago. And my favorite and the second most famous Moore graphic kind of goes like this. Along one dimension is the objects of analysis, what it is that we're looking at, what the focus of our methods and our empiricism is. And on the one level is the general and the abstract, and on the second level, the specific and the concrete. Along the horizontal axis are the characteristics of the analysis that we bring to it. And again, I'm sure Mark uses different words. This is my memory of a presentation at least a quarter century ago. But the characteristics of the analysis is, on the one hand, rigorous and evidence-based, and on the other, sloppy and shallow. I think Mark had much more impressive terminology for sloppy and shallow, but that was my recollection. Going on to the contents of the cells,
The scholarly ideal and the scholarly self-image, even when that ideal is not upheld sometimes, is that that what scholars do is that they apply rigor and evidence to the general and the abstract to extract generalizable principles that then can be applied in case after case. Some scholars, I think present company mostly excluded, but some scholars' view of practical policy analysis is that the object of analysis is the specific and the concrete, but the style of analysis is sloppy and shallow. It is consistently, systematically inferior in intellectual terms to the work that scholars do. Interesting. Did anybody know that the laser doesn't work on this this kind of screen? Learn something every day when you're hanging around with Mark Moore. But where the action gets interesting is the content here, the Kennedy School's policy analysis mission, which is the focus on the specific and the concrete, but the style of analysis, the level to which the true responsible public policy analysis holds herself is at least as rigorous, at least as evidence-based in this focus on the specific and the concrete, as any scholar might be on the general and the abstract. In my recollection, Mark went on to mention just in a few seconds that sometimes academia on a bad day is actually the sloppy and the shallow in the service of the general and abstract. So this made a pretty profound impression on me. And in my teaching and research, but especially in my episodes of public service, my time in the Clinton administration, my consulting and so on, I found this was always in my head. And in particular, when I was tempted, when I was doing the work on something specific and concrete. And I believe a few minutes ago, in reference to an episode with Phil Cook, Mark referred to this by the technical term of the whole goddamn universe for purposes of analysis. When I find myself tempted to depart from rigor and empirical grounding, Mark's voice would be in my head, poking me between the shoulder blades. Get back to what you're supposed to be doing here. Get back to rigor and evidence. But even more so, when I would find myself confronting a practical problem that was just really hard, and I didn't quite know how to solve it, and the temptation would be to sneak away from the specific and the concrete and towards the general and the abstract, which might be easier, or even if it wasn't easier to come up with the right answer, people couldn't tell that my answer was in fact, invented and unsound. And then the imaginary Mark Moore would nudge me even harder and in a more sensitive place and oblige me to return to my duty to be a policy analyst. And all of my work, and even more so, all of my work trying to think about what Harvard MPPs should know and be able to do has been informed by this map of what doing the work means. This is a panel on innovations, and in my first plan, I actually was going to go through multiple innovations that I had known and the way that they had been shaped by Mark, and I realized that would actually get overly long. So, but though I do need to actually bring this back to the theme of the panel on innovations, and I will say, you can't innovate if you're not in that quadrant. Innovation is a characteristic of the specific and concrete. Innovation is driven by rigor and evidence. You can have novelty as a scholar, for sure, and that's great. And fresh ideas are very important, and it's in the kind of ancestry of innovation, but it's not innovation. To innovate, you actually need to change the world. And Mark's commitment to doing that, and his ability to do that, and the way he holds us all accountable for doing that work, I think is what has made him such an anchor, such a fundamental part of the enterprise that we call the Kennedy School. I've been honored to be a part of that.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much, Jack. Kim, over to you.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be part of this celebration of Mark's extraordinary career, both at the Kennedy School and as a public sector leader and visionary. I haven't taught with Mark, but I've enjoyed the wonderful extravagance of his collegiality and his caring. I remember, and I'm going to start with a few reminiscences first, a long lunch where he walked me through the history of the Kennedy School and the choice points the school made in its design and at key milestones. And Mark, as we all know, is such a passionate teacher. He started diagramming all of this on the back of a napkin, and that rapidly progressed to the next napkin, and then a full-on organizational chart that migrated to the back of the menu. So you know what I'm talking about if you've been on the CPL or Ash Center listservs, where Mark takes all queries seriously, such that his emails are often full-on essays with the references already attached for you to continue to do your own work. Our panel is on government innovation, and like so many, I also owe a debt of gratitude to Mark for his mentorship, really, at key moments in my own career. For instance, when I was planning my job talk for the Kennedy School, Mark very generously offered to listen to my early thoughts about how I might get the right balance between my background in clinical psychology, my previous government service in the Obama administration, and my passion for helping systems and organizations to become more resilient and robust, especially when it comes to equity. And just before I started at the Urban Institute and then later in the Biden administration, we shared calls and Zooms about what opportunities might exist to do more and better for people. And so the work that I was privileged to do in the Biden administration on implementing the president's executive order on equity involved a great deal of close consultation and collaboration with the 30 largest federal agencies as they took that authorization that an executive order makes possible, as they responded to a call for public value that centered equity, particularly after the murder of George Floyd, but where how you translate that mandate into actionable principles and granular policy and granular data collection wasn't altogether clear. And that was the process of working with agencies over the year to move them into building up the operational capacities and their own value chains. And the opportunity to be able to bring a tool like the strategic triangle to people who were working very hard under very tight deadlines was, I think, incredibly helpful for them and certainly for me and my colleagues as we were trying to move the implementation process forward. And I had a chance to see that even more this past week with Yorit and a number of others, Robert Livingston. We spent a full week in New York with the Bloomberg Harvard program on cross-boundary collaboration. And Mark's work, particularly the strategic triangle, was absolutely foundational to these city leaders as they were working to stem gun violence in Kansas City and integrating migrants more effectively in Bogota, Colombia, and in efforts to develop underserved entrepreneurs in High Point, North Carolina. Each of these teams over this week and the 7 others in this program kept using Mark's strategic triangle as a tool to ground, develop, and refine their approach to making change. And mind you, this was in a cross-boundary context. And to take the measure of the interests, needs, capacities, and the portfolio of authorizations that different sector partners brought to the exchange. So when public value is unpacked or was unpacked last week, the participants asked, does this value reach all communities? When operational capacities were made more granular by specifying the value chain, not uncommonly, the teams became aware of which partners had not been included and in fact were necessary and needed to be sought out. And in the face of the different authorizations of the different sector partners, the team started to ask, what do communities expect of those to whom they've entrusted the power and resources that sit at the heart of authority? So the strategic triangle became a way to capture how people were working their own way through complex challenges, inevitably dissenting with one another, but iterating as they went forward. And a colleague who studies art history recently spoke to me about the way in which she's incorporating the linguistic convention of the prospective aspect. The prospective aspect in linguistics establishes a relationship between a state at one time and a situation at an earlier time. But as I understand it, when that term is used in art criticism, it denotes where an artist or her subject precociously glimpses the future that we are now living. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg spoke to a similar sentiment, I think, when she said that dissent in a judicial context and dissenters are speaking to a future age and are providing a blueprint for the future. I think that Mark's strategic triangle is one of those precocious working tools that enable people to dissent in real time, but which, when they are used wisely and well, also enable them to see around the corners into a future state that their partners can jointly construct as being meaningful enough to support in the here and now. So though I know Mark and his full body of work less well than many, I have seen the illuminating power of his ideas to scaffold change, both in my own work and as a gift that through his teaching, he has made available to practitioners. And I heartily believe they will continue to draw on that for decades to come.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. Jeff, over to you.
Well, thank you, Archana. Thank you for having me at this event. I'm one of the people who has benefited from Mark's inspiration, sunshine. I liked what he said just at the end of the lunch about swimming in a river. And I sort of feel for a quarter of a century, I've been kind of swimming alongside him, sometimes chatting, sometimes waving, but going, I hope, in the same direction. And often picking up on what Jack was saying, trying to balance this sort of challenge, which I think it is always a challenge. How do you balance the rigor of evidence, which by definition is knowledge of the past, with the need to be flexible and create for the new, sometimes in circumstances which the world has never seen before? My, I guess, engagement with Mark really began 25 years ago yesterday, which was quite an important day in my country, which was the landslide election victory for Tony Blair, which marked quite a big, really a sea change, swing away from neoliberalism, narrow ideas of value, and a revival of interest in the public sphere, public service, public value, after quite a lot of atrophy and neglect, and a lot of energy for innovation on everything from street homelessness and teenage pregnancy to carbon reduction. One of my jobs was one of the first climate change strategies. And in a way, the essence of what that election victory was about was trying to counter the fatalism, which said basically the world can't progress, social problems can't be solved, any efforts to do so will be futile or have perverse effects. Now, most of our work was very practical, but within a year or two, we were feeling the need for a bit of theory, and so started pulling together a little project trying to detail what was public value and to put that out in a paper. So we called on Mark and he came over and talked, and we linked him together with our treasury and others and tried to weave together some of the thinking about value in public services, ecological value, the value of trust, and so on, in a way which could give a little bit of framing to the many things being done. And I think I first expected a rather prim and pompous Harvard professor type, and was very pleasantly surprised when Mark showed you can be sharp, but also a human being, very clear about what you know, but also what you don't know. And after that, in the succeeding 25 years, there were lots of projects in the UK and actually around Europe applying ideas of public value to health or to broadcasting or the arts, And later on in the 2000s, when the OECD got very involved in well-being and measuring happiness and so on, all sorts of other dimensions of public value became important. And it's a task which is by no means finished. And it's remarkably only very recently that mainstream economics has started seriously recognizing the deficiency of its own theories of value, but that is in motion. In the 2000s then, I had the pleasure also then of teaching alongside Mark, mainly in Australia, where we were part of an initiative training mainly public servants in Australia, New Zealand, and the rest of that region. And Mark was using the public value framework for them. And I hadn't really understood it probably before, though I'd read it. It's only when you see it in action you realize that what looks like such a simple framework can become so sophisticated and nuanced as it is applied to real life situations. And generations of Australasian public servants, I think, really embedded this way of thinking and acting, and really found it liberating to understand their role in relation to an authorizing environment, which no one had really told them before. Once a year, we also did a retreat for the chief execs of all the main, both national and state departments, which was, again, an unusual learning environment, in part because we'd often trying to get the most senior person there to kick things off by talking about some of their own failures, to actually open up some vulnerability, which is often so essential if you're going to learn. And that's very hard if you're on top of a hierarchy to do so. Now, it was fairly obvious that part of Mark's motivation for being there was the tennis, and we always seemed to coincide our main teaching activities with the Melbourne tennis. But I at least learned a huge amount from how he taught, relaxing these often very powerful people with humor, self-deprecation, and then challenge and stretching them, perhaps when they weren't quite expecting it. And then the decade after that, I had the opportunity to hang out in Harvard with Mark and Jorrit, focusing more narrowly on public innovation, which I had written quite a bit about. I'd worked with many governments around the world, trying to set up teams and labs, and using all sorts of different methods for innovation, from sort of challenges to data tools to procurement, etc. But it was all, in some ways, I think what strikes me still in 2022 is how underdeveloped much of the public sector innovation world is by comparison with what there is in business or in medicine or in science, where there are vast institutions, budgets, methods, etc. Much of the public sector innovation activity is still slightly marginal, slightly ad hoc, often in quite temporary teams without all that much access to power and money. And we tried to reflect on the field, the methods, the tools, the training, what had been learned and so on, which was hugely useful for me. At the time I was running a foundation, not a huge organization, but 300 or 400 people, which meant that most of my life was taken up with budgets and conflicts and HR issues, and to have the time, the chance for a few days every now and then to just chat and reflect and see the patterns was incredible therapy. And fairly recently, I was just remembering this actually, about 20 minutes ago, it came into my mind. 2 years ago, I became a university professor, quite belatedly. And I remember Mark saying to me that one of the problems if you become a professor, especially a Harvard professor, I think he might have said, is the danger that you actually think you know all the answers because you spend half your life telling people the answers. And the key to being a good professor is to realize that you often don't, and to keep on learning throughout your life. And I think that humility is also at the core of public innovation. You'll only do public innovation seriously if you're a city or a national government, if you're willing to be humble, to recognize that your beautiful plans on paper, your manifestos, your pledges probably aren't all that perfect. And unless you're willing to adapt and experiment and learn from the feedback of reality, then you probably won't do a very good job. There's a wonderful comment of Albert Camus that democracy is an exercise in modesty. The essence of democracy, by comparison with its enemies when he was writing, was that democracy didn't pretend to have all the answers. And finally, just a word on I think where we are now and why Mark obviously can't retire. We're in a strange period in many ways in your country as elsewhere, where there is in some ways a return to attention to public action, the desire for governments to solve problems. And over the last 2 years, we've seen governments have to step in as almost never before outside wartime. But it's perhaps part of the misfortune of Mark's career that he's often been making these arguments at a time when those ideas, those mindsets were in retreat. I think we need, if anything, to really accelerate our attention to the public, and not just to public value and the public mindset, but actually a few more specific things. The most important of which I think is public institution building. It's remarkable in the last generation or more how much timidity there has been about building great lasting public institutions to solve problems. And so all around us, we have what I see as sinkholes, the fields which are missing the public institutions they need. There are many, many examples where in my country, care for the elderly is a glaring one. Mental health, another one. Loads of institutions for physical health, incredibly weak public organization around mental health. Around carbon, there's a whole array of governance institutions missing all around the world, which need to be invented. And even more striking, and the world I mainly work on now, is digital and data. This extraordinary paradox that in the private sector, nearly all the top 10 firms are based on data and knowledge. And yet in the public sector, we still sort of lag about 3 generations behind, in that our finance ministries are usually the most powerful ones within governments, and most have nothing comparable to the digital data knowledge institutions in the private sector. At a global level, we have an IMF, an International Monetary Fund, a World Bank, but literally nothing on knowledge or data or science. And so I think one of the things we all have to do in the 2020s is to become much more active, much more confident in embedding public value into institutions which have a very strong ethos, have an authorizing environment, have the means to operate and thus to create value in the fields where it's glaringly missing. And a final comment, because this is a bit of an obsession of mine at the moment, is how this links to imagination. I think one of the reasons we have this deficit of public institution building is a deficit of social and public imagination. Now, this is something which John Dewey, who Mark has been, in some ways I see Mark as a kind of descendant of Dewey. He was very clear that imagination is the way, I'm quoting, a way of seeing and feeling things as they compose an integral whole, the large and generous blending of interests at the point where the mind comes in contact with the world. And I think almost all of Mark's work is that method, that approach, which sees things as an integral whole, which sees how they connect, which encourages the student, the public servant, to see their own role in a much larger context than perhaps they did before they entered the room. And the other quote of Dewey's, which I got from Mark, I've actually put in my new book, which comes out in a few weeks, on imagination, is his comment that every political project has to create the public who can be its author. And in a way, again, that Mark sort of built into the very almost circular logic of public value, which is so different from a crude linear logic of much, for example, neoclassical economics, and is so much more generative for seeing how the authority, the ability to be an author of change, is inseparable from the ability to actually achieve that change. So I have a huge amount to thank Mark for over, say, it feels like a very long time, quarter of a century, and I hope he's not going to stop anytime soon.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Jeff. So I think we could divide ourselves in the room into 2 groups: people who learned of Mark's work before they knew Mark, and people who met Mark before he'd done actually much work, because many people in the room knew Mark from way back in the early days of the Kennedy School, like Matt and Cornell and Kim and some others, some folks on the panel and in the room. I got to know Mark's work well before I got to know Mark. In my case, it was his work around community policing. I was a graduate student knocking around the neighborhoods of Chicago doing work on police reform and school reform and community control of urban institutions. And it was in that context that I found the Sparrow, Moore, and Kennedy book, Beyond 911, which was incredibly inspiring and transformative for me, because almost everything I'd read for my dissertation up until then was much more political science and technical social science. And so to have that work be so closely addressed and come out of and develop insights from people in the field was really quite revelatory for me. When I got to, did I meet Mark before or after Jeff? I'm not sure, like 2000. So almost 1999, about almost the same time, maybe a couple years off. That was when I got to the Kennedy School as an assistant professor. And from day one, Mark was an incredibly generous and kind mentor to me. He invited me. He was directing the Hauser Center at the time. He invited me to join the Hauser Center. I declined and decided to sit at the Taubman Center as well. Mark, despite that, continued to be nice to me, which was very gracious. I certainly wouldn't be doing the research and teaching and public engagement in the ways that I do now, were it not for many years of collaboration with Mark. I might not even be at the Kennedy School. There's a pretty good chance that I'd be somewhere else, I think. He took me under his wing, taught me how to teach in executive education classrooms, taught me how to talk a little bit, at least more effectively, to practitioners, people like Jeff. Among our many collaborations, Mark and I designed and taught an executive program and a degree program course on innovations. In thinking about the pleasure and privilege of working and learning from Mark on innovations and many other topics over the years, I was struck over the last couple of weeks in reflecting by how deeply innovation is a personal as well as intellectual commitment for Mark. For Mark, I think innovation is a passion, oftentimes a matter of impatience, and also a really deep responsibility. And I'd just like to spend a couple of minutes reflecting on that. Innovation is at its core a commitment to making things better, although not all innovations make things better. Some don't really pan out, some make things worse. The aim is always to make things better. The subject of public value has come up a lot today, appropriately so, but what is the connection between public value and innovation? The answer may seem obvious when I ask it, but I think it's a little bit less obvious. Because you might think, well, it's obvious because you need innovations to realize more public value. And I think oftentimes that's the case. But much of Mark's work and teaching has been about cajoling public servants to take more responsibility to be public sector innovators. And I'd be interested in talking to Jeff at some point about how this kind of went over in the early days in the Westminster context. So I've heard many, many dialogues go like this over the years. So a public servant, public administrator, civil servant says to Mark, I'm damn good at my job. My agency has a mission, a charge from the legislature. It's giving me some money and some staff, and I'm delivering. Isn't that enough? Isn't that good enough? And then Mark says, no, it's definitely not enough. You've got to innovate. You've got to change. You've got to make more out of the resources and the staff that the public has given you. That's part of your responsibility. And then I've heard this conversation happen in many different ways, in many different classrooms, in many different contexts. And in Mark's books, the people he features, from the humble librarian in Belmont to Jerome Miller in the Department of Youth Services to William Ruckelshaus at the EPA when he was the first administrator of the EPA, from the move from 911 to community policing and many others, are the story of public servants taking risks that press against the boundaries of their mandate, always risky, to try to do something new, something creative, and something innovative that generates more public value. And why is this a challenge? the main source of resistance from public servants that I've heard a lot of times, sometimes with Mark, sometimes on my own, I still hear, is that many times the response is, it's not our job. And why isn't our job not to innovate? Because we accept the hierarchical theory of democratic legitimation. They're citizens. Those citizens elect people. Those people are called legislatures. They make laws. The laws tell us what to do. We do that thing. The kind of innovation, especially when it comes down to picking a whole new mission for your job, maybe like Jerome Miller did in Massachusetts, when he said, maybe my job isn't so much running halfway houses, or not, they weren't even halfway houses there. There were institutions to house youth. They were youth prisons, basically, to try to transition all these kids to some more community-based care instead of just running these institutions like the Massachusetts legislature tells me I'm supposed to do. That's a big risk. And maybe some legislators might feel like you're kind of telling them off a little bit. And Mark says, yes, that is exactly what you should be doing a bunch of the time. And we should not underestimate how much tension or resistance there is to taking that responsibility of innovation and how controversial it is. And that is a big deal. And I take that to be one of the central messages of the innovation work and some of the public value work, and why the strategic triangle is not just an elegant framework, but a controversial one and a risky one. And you are encumbering risk, both moral risk in a democracy, but also career risk as a public servant from really taking that seriously and taking on innovating in terms of what constitutes public value and how to get there, right? And I think it's a big, big deal. Now, I think in many ways, and I want to ask people this a little bit in the Q&A, Mark is ahead of his time. I think we have to make that argument against public service, against the defensive reaction of public servants less forcefully now than we used to, because of the hierarchical picture of democratic legitimation just isn't so compelling to many people anymore. You know, just the fact that you got appointed by somebody who happened to get elected by a set of elections and a set of parties that nobody has much faith in anyway isn't as compelling of a story of why you're legitimate. And so I think maybe innovation goes down a little bit easier. So much the better for innovation, if worse for democracy, but that's another story. Now, we've talked a lot about public value and innovation out in the world, and that is Mark's primary mission. But a deep part of his passion has also been about walking that talk of innovation at the Kennedy School. So whenever anyone on the Kennedy School faculty says to Mark, can I just do my teaching and research and go into my classroom and do my syllabus? Isn't that enough? Mark says, no, it's not enough. Of course it's not enough. Anyone who knows Mark has seen this passion for innovation, drives his projects at the Kennedy School, and drives his interactions with many of us. It's a pressure to be better and do more. As I think he views being a faculty member working at the Kennedy School kind of like being a public servant. You are entrusted with some resources and some authority, and it's your responsibility to make the most out of those resources and authority to create public value, whether it's here or whether it's in government. And to do less, I think, would be self-indulgent or at least kind of boring and not creative. So for Mark, it is all about creation and innovation to make sure that the Kennedy School is using every last ounce of itself to contribute to public value. And Mark's done this himself, set a model in many ways, from the pilgrimage to HBS to learn how to create executive education at the Kennedy School, the creation of the executive session model, the policing work, becoming founding director of the Hauser Center on Nonprofits, as we heard a little bit about this morning. And just this year, not slowing down at all, convening faculty to interrogate the contemporary meaning of public leadership and how to improve it out of the Center for Public Leadership. And then finally, I have a story about creativity. And this goes to Jeff's kind of remarks about creativity and imagination, although on a much smaller scale. When we were teaching our course on innovation and collaboration, Mark and I were puzzling that the Kennedy School doesn't teach creativity very well, and we don't really know how to teach creativity. It's a hard thing to teach. How do you teach people to be more creative, your master's students? And I was really struck by this. Years ago, teams of students had gone down to Broadmoor in New Orleans after the aftermath of Katrina. And one of the course assignments was, a set of proposals about what to do about housing. And then at the end of the semester, people presented all their proposals, and they were all the same. And they were the same as kind of what they perceived to be the contemporary discourse about how to do. This is like such a lack of creativity. I found it myself really, really painful. So we did this little exercise in the course, and I'll leave it to the audience to figure out what the right answer was. And it's a tiny case that Mark wrote called Alcohol in the Arctic. And it's about a Native American community in Faro, Alaska. And one of the problems of this community is that in the dark months, and there are a lot of long dark months, people are drinking too much. And they're drinking too much, and they're walking home, and many of them are dying because it's cold. And maybe they pass out, maybe they die of exposure, maybe they suffer some sort of accident. And so the one of the leaders, the mayor, and the police chief of the community convene. It's a little bit hypothetical. That part is actual. This part is a little bit hypothetical. Convene the citizens of Faro to think about what to do about this problem. And so we use this as an IDEO kind of imagineering exercise, like brainstorm before passing judgment about any particular solution. Imagine, just write down 30 different solutions. Like, what are all of the things that you might do to tackle this problem? And I'll give you a minute. And the winning answer is actually the town sets up a bar, right? Because then people are going to drink anyway. And so you set up a space in which people drink in a much more controlled fashion. And you don't take care of the alcoholism problem, but in the first instance, but you do take care of the unnecessary death problem. But anyway, that is to just second Jeff's provocation that, I think we need a lot more work on creativity and imagination. It's not that easy to do at the training level, probably in part because part of public policy training is, in a way, training out the imagination from people and training in a kind of analytic precision that is at the cost of some creativity and imagination. But why don't I end with just a big thank you to Mark for this last part, for continuing to press us all to use our intellectual capacity, courage, creativity, and humanity to innovate and become our better selves as a result of that. Thank you very much. Great. So we have a little bit of time for some discussion. This is to the panel or to anyone else who cares to offer some thoughts about how innovation and the idea of innovation, desires for innovation, and then Mark's work on innovation has affected your own work. And in particular, I wanted to ask people, just out of curiosity, a bunch of us have developed our ideas of innovation in a world, in a political time, and Jeff alluded to this a little bit, that's very, very different from our current time. So in our post-Trump, post-Brexit era, democratic governance feels a lot different. The challenges of climate feel more pressing. We're post-pandemic. How, if at all, does that change in context, in a dramatic change in context, affect, if at all, how you're thinking about innovation and pursuing innovation in your own work? And I think everybody in the room is thinking about innovation in some way, shape, or form.
I guess just to get the ball rolling, one thing I'd say is that innovation, I think now increasingly is recognized as something that has to be practiced kind of across the whole ecosystem. It's not just the provenance of those who are experts or who are artists or who are innovators, but the attention to people with lived experience and to communities being centers of expertise that should be part of problem solving and problem definition. That's what I would say. And so if you're going to have a much larger group of people who are involved in that creative enterprise, then you may need to think about it and structure it differently than you did before. So just to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's excellent.
Maybe I could agree with that. I think we're in a period when in many countries, the political system isn't generating enough authority, enough legitimacy, which means the point which you made earlier, Archon, about the need for the official, the public servant, to have to act in ways which exceed their mandate. I think that's always been true, but it's even more true now. It means the actual practices of innovation have to relate directly to people, to communities, not to depend on the political system to either define the means or the ends. And all over the world, it's very striking in different political environments how people cope with this. Again and again in Westminster models, we've had to work with officials deliberately having to innovate below the radar, hoping their political bosses wouldn't quite see what they were doing, which is kind of remarkable. But doing so because of a moral sense, they had a duty both to the present, but also to the future. And that's part of what your being should be. Equally, in very traditional conservative, like the Gulf states, again, often the innovators have to act in very guileful ways, slightly bypassing authority. Or China, again, the same happens. And this is a sort of, I think, a sensible reaction to this under-generation of legitimacy. Just one other comment, if I can make very quickly, about your story from Alaska. We did a session a couple of weeks ago on wicked problems, going back to that original paper on wicked problems from the early 70s. And the really remarkable thing is, if you look back at what were the wicked problems then, the most important one was overpopulation. Inflation was another one. Nearly all of them have gone, but they haven't gone because someone solved them in a linear way through lots of analysis and so on. They were often outgrown or often solved by going sideways as well as head on, exactly like in your example of the alcohol. And that's why I think it is so important to teach creativity. And I think it can be taught because you learn, which is not learned in many classes, that often the best way to solve a problem is not head on, it's at a tangent.
Yeah, that's great. And, just tying together what Kim and Jeff said, I think that one of the areas for innovation now, and I feel like you see this more in Europe and Latin America, unfortunately, than the United States, is that an area of innovation for public servants is to convene democratic communities. In Mark's phrase that he's borrowed and amplified from John Dewey, to call a public into existence, that if the parties in the elections aren't generating the political authority and legitimacy that one would hope for or that they used to, what is going to generate that authority and legitimacy? And some public leaders, some NGO leaders are figuring out how to convene new publics that do better and generate more legitimacy. And sometimes it's for problem solving and problem definition. Sometimes it's for authorization. Sometimes it's just for implementation, like getting shots in arms, right? So that's a big area of innovation. At the national level, the US is not very innovative, at least at the deep political level. Our last significant amendment to the Constitution was 50 years ago when we raised the voting or lowered the voting age to 18. Since then, it's been kind of static. All right. So I'm hearing from Sarah Gersa that Mark has a few remarks. So somebody's handed Mark the microphone. Great. Mark.
Yeah, this is one of those long emails coming up, guys. Now, actually, I think it's going to be a short email. It's going to draw Jack back into the conversation. When we started our work on innovations, the astonishing thing was that the public that we were talking to about innovations nearly always thought we were talking about two things. One was service integration, right? Cross boundaries and all that sort of stuff. And then the second was new technology, right? And anything that counted as, if we were going to talk about innovation, that was always what we were going to talk about, right? Which was, of course, a very impoverished view of that. And then we got a little bit larger and we began talking about innovations in government, and we had a whole program here on innovations in government, which did, Steve Goldsmith still here was very active and generating a kind of national authorization that came from the Ford Foundations to innovate and to push back against the idea that government didn't innovate and all that sort of stuff. And then when Joe and I became the dean, and Jack was instrumentally involved in this, Joe raised this incredibly awkward question for us, right? And he put on the board another one of these diagrams, which was international, national, state, local, grassroots, right? And then government, nonprofit, private sector matrix, right? And he put it on the board, and we all looked at it and said, well, that's very interesting, Dean. What is this supposed to be? And he said, well, this is a picture of governance in democratic societies. Governance can be launched from any of these particular positions in government. And if you want to solve a set of problems over here, often you'll have to figure out how to build the collaborative network capacity across those levels and across those sectors for a particular purpose. And it won't be a general purpose, right? And so then this raised inside the Kennedy School a very deep question, which was, should we think of ourselves as the Kennedy School of Government or the Kennedy School of Governance? All right. And that was a really big, hard, interesting deal, right? And there were many of us, including me at the first when I was hearing about this, that sort of said, no, we got to be the government, goddammit. You know, that's what we got to stand for, the government and stuff. But the more the world evolved, the more it seemed to me that the concept of becoming a school of governance was really much more important, precisely because it brought into the world not only the voluntary sector and not only the commercial sector, but also the world of politics and this challenge of building legitimacy and operational capacity outside the boundary of your own organizations through instruments that government had available to work on. And Jack took the responsibility for from the dean to essentially push us faculty members to the production of 2 volumes, I think, on that. Is that right, Jack? And those are still 2 incredibly interesting pieces of work on governance as an idea. And if you were thinking about going forward, whether it is more apt now for us to think about a school of governance, including the constructions of the political authorization process and the way in which citizens are produced, right? As well as how we act in response to citizens, as well as how we do for citizens. It feels like that's much more important now than it ever has been, right? And at all levels, at all roots and stuff like that. And so when I keep looking at this, I agree with all you guys. We got to do a lot more work, man. You know, we have to sort of start from, yeah, what a surprise. So we got to start building. Never mind.
That's great.
I realize that we got plenty of people ready to join the conversation, but I'll just observe, kind of in response to Mark's observation, but also following up on this question about what's different about innovation today, innovation in governance. I mean, one obvious thing is it's more urgent in this time when we are collectively having a very hard time convincing the publics that we have ideas for enabling human flourishing and heading off human harms. They don't believe us anymore that we got this. And that makes innovation, the demand for innovation, so much more urgent. But it also makes innovation so much more hazardous. We don't have much margin for error. And some new approaches are really lousy approaches. It does happen. So in this context of urgency and peril, the value of robust, simple frameworks for telling us which way is forward becomes that much higher. And Mark's contributions make that much more valuable.
Great. We have time for one more question. And Sarah is moving the microphone over to you.
I'm not sure it's a question. I think it's more an observation on part of this issue. I teach sometimes as well, and I often teach public servants and remind them of their title, and it's called public servants. And I often make the point that they don't actually work for the government, they work for the citizens. And that gives you a much broader legitimacy and a much different way to see yourself, because with great respect to governments, they come and go, they change their minds, they are risk averse, all of those kind of things. Whereas the notion that what do the citizens really want and how you get to engage with the citizens and get that point, I think is really relevant. And we've talked a fair bit about how you might do that today. But I think, reinforcing that issue, that you have some distance from elected politicians to be able to think about, how do you use the money and the resources to be able to achieve the greatest good. And the other piece I had was just as about your the story, in the small town where people froze because of the alcohol issues. I remember going to visit a police officer in a very remote part of New South Wales. And it took me like 3.5 hours to get there by car, by plane, by big plane, little plane. And there was this one police officer in a community on his own with his family who actually had been with him. And it was a community, 400 or 500 people. And he was a really interesting guy. He was really tall. But he said to me, I've been trying to figure out a major problem that I've got in this community. I said, it can't be that big. He said, yeah, it's really important. And I said, well, what's the problem? And he said, well, on Friday and Saturday nights, there is a major problem with the Aboriginal community who go to the pub, they get drunk and they won't leave. And he said they stay there until eventually the publican gets tired of it and I have to go and get them and I arrest them and put them in the cells. And he said, this isn't sustainable. This is just stupid. So I said, well, what did you do about it? And he said, well, what I did was I got together, or the elders in the community and some of the people who own big properties, and the publican, and I talked to them about what the solution was. He said, but I first of all had to really figure out what the problem was. And the piece that he then went on to say was the problem was that the Aboriginal people didn't actually live very far from the pub, but the only route to go home was through the cemetery. And they wouldn't go home through the cemetery at night. And so he and others said, there's a really simple solution here, and it's called a bus. And so they paid for a bus. And I said to him, who authorised this? He said, what do you mean, who authorised it? He said, I did. And, that's a really important piece. And you can do it at a high level, or you can just encourage people like police officers like that, figure out what the answer was. And I said, so what do you do now? Much? He said, oh, not much. I don't have any problems anymore. And so, I would just encourage that piece of thinking to authorise. I mean, Mark authorised lots of people in both police organisations that I work for, the New South Wales Police and the Victoria Police, and they're big organisations. I mean, New South Wales has got 17,000 people and Victoria's got about 16,000 police in each. So they're pretty big organisations. But by working with the leadership and authorising both on the street, in a sense, a long way to go. And they've slipped back a bit, I think. But don't ever forget that sense of a public servant that has the power and the capacity and resources and can innovate if you just let them and you encourage them within ethical boundaries. Thanks.
That's fantastic. Thank you. And that brings in Kim's point about problem definition and figuring out what the actual problem that you're trying to solve is. And then also the local knowledge, right? Is like you need to actually know something about that place and that community in order to figure out that it's a bus, right? That's wonderful. I'll just end with one dramatic take on how the landscape for innovation is different. When Mark graduated the public policy program at the Kennedy School, trust in government in the United States, the trust that people like Kim in Washington to do what's right most of the time or all of the time, was about 65 or 70%. And now it's about 20%. And so this isn't exactly right, but it certainly gets their attention. When I've been opening up the MPP politics and ethics classes lately with the rationale, why is this important? Why should you care about this? Is because you think you are going into a world in which you're doing good for the public and people are kind of sort of appreciative of that and understand it. But that's just not the case. You're going into a world of public service in which most people do not trust you and they think you're out to feather your own nest rather than to serve the public interest. And it's not going to work unless and until you start fixing that situation, until you start creating the institute and innovating into better institutions so that you come to some greater level of trust in which you trust and understand the public and the public trusts and understands you. And so when we're having the celebration of Mark and his work today, I think the world is fundamentally different from the world of public innovation and public value creation in which many of the ideas developed. But I think that of all of the people who've been creating ideas about how to deal with politics in this situation and these sorts of situations, Mark has provided better tools and a better set of understandings and foundation to go forward for how to make this situation, this quite different situation that we're in, better than just about anywhere else, than just about anyone else. So I think we all owe Mark a huge debt of gratitude in that regard. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jeff and Kim and Jack.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hi, Melissa. Hi, Sarah. Check 1, 2.
We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
You know, I think we understand now what we need to do much more clearly. So, and it's a.
Oh,
Wait.
good. Oh, good. Do I get it? Thank you. I love that.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So that's your water, and you can sit here.
Jesus.
Can you feel more comfortable?
No, I'll start sitting down. What? Okay. There's a, these two guys here, you mean? Yeah. We can do it now. I'll start with old Gail first.
All right, we're going to get started. I'm going to pass this over to Yorit.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I am so sorry I cannot be there in person, but I'm in quarantine, and this event is about honoring Mark and spreading his ideas and not infections. So it's much better for everybody that I come to you through Zoom. And I'm not going to be the one speaking today. It's going to be Mark. And Mark and I go back about 18 years. And I'm truly honored to be able to say that he was my doctor father, which is an English translation of the German Doktorvater, which means the chair of your PhD committee. And I've learned so much conceptually, theoretically, and pedagogically from Mark that I can't begin to say how grateful I am to you for everything that you've done. And it's a true honor to be asking you 3 questions only in this next 55 minutes about your journey, about what has made your legacy that everybody talked about today, and that all of us have been so inspired by your legacy. And I want to talk a little bit about, or have you talk a little bit about, what has informed your thinking, what has informed your commitment to the things that you've cared about in the institution, but also about your hopes for the future in this dangerous, messy world where your ideas continue to make so much of a difference in the hands and minds of change agents. So with that, I'd first like to acknowledge the staff at the CPL at the Ash Center who made this event possible: Melissa, Sarah, Julianne, Maureen, Tim, Chrissy, Greg, Kevin, and Caitlin, and probably many others. It's wonderful to have this opportunity for hybrid convening, and a lot of work goes into that. I also want to give a virtual hug to Mark's family, who I have been able to see here on Zoom, including Martha, of course, and Galen, who's also a colleague of mine at the Bloomberg Center for Cities. I saw Phoebe, Toby, John, Harriet. And Harriet is actually the one who showed me Grumpy Land at Cape Cod, where Mark has created a whole world named Grumpy Land with a lot of attractions and models and so forth. So it's wonderful to see so many colleagues here as well, and to hear from them about how Mark has inspired, empowered, and taught them. So when we think about the journey, the intellectual journey, I think it's clear from all of today's sessions that I've been able to see here that you've inspired multiple generations of scholars and practitioners, not just in the United States, but around the world. We heard about how you moved, from an orientation on public administration, new institutionalism, and new public management to really create your own school of thought and promote that around the world, and shifted the focus from institutions and policies to agency of individuals, groups, and communities in creating public value. And when we go back to the seminal book, Creating Public Value, that came out in 1995, you dedicated that book to your teachers. You wrote, I dedicate this book to my teachers, my public management colleagues, and the participants in executive programs at the Kennedy School. My question is to you, what did you learn from them, and how has that informed your intellectual and pedagogical journey? So please share with us a little bit about how that intellectual legacy took shape. And Kim Leary said that you did that in a few napkins. So I'm going to ask you to do the same here, because I know you probably need more than 55 minutes. So in a few napkins, what was that intellectual journey?
I think I am going to stand up. I think I need the protection and something to lean on, because besides the chair's too high and my feet are dangling. So I think I might have to be here instead. Is that going to screw things up, or is that all right? Okay. Geez, Yard, I thought you were going to start with the question, or when you began, I thought I was going to have to reveal something important about my childhood and the making of me as a human being. And I feel a little bit relieved to be able to go directly to the more important question, which is when I became a grown-up and I encountered the question of what I was going to do with my life, the occasion to meet all of you and to learn from all of you. And so I think, let's see how to begin. I thought the Kennedy School had been created particularly for me, right? To be very candid, I had grown up in a household that was interested in politics. My grandfather had been very active in Chicago level politics, local newspapers and stuff like that. My mother was an activist in various causes. My father, it turns out, ran for office for state legislature under my grandfather's influence. So there was political life that flowed through us. My grandfather followed Eugene V. Debs around the country under the Red Special in 1917. And so it was kind of a leftist orientation. But at any rate, so, and then I started growing up, and our household, as my sister Galen will remember, was full of talk about public affairs and what was the right thing to do and stuff like that. And I don't know, this is too self-indulgent perhaps, but in the 4th grade, I can't believe this. In the 4th grade, I was assigned an essay, you know, and as 4th graders are, and I wrote a small essay on the value of world peace. Give me a break, you know. And I think and I thought it was perfectly okay for me to write about such a thing, you know. Who else, you know? Oh God. And then I got to, I had some wonderful high school friends. 2 of them are here with me this evening. I had wonderful education in high school, and I went on to Yale. And when I was at Yale, this is one of the reasons that, you know, Dick Zeckhauser, my friend Dick Zeckhauser, described me as an omnivore, right? And I used to say to people when they asked about what my academic background was, I said, I have never been in a discipline in my life, right? And that's true. When I went to Yale, the first 2 years I was at Yale, I was in a program called Directed Studies, which was essentially a group of people in small seminars reading great books and talking about them and writing papers about it. And then the last 2 years, I was in the same program that my son Toby was in called Politics, Political Science and Economics. And there we had a reading list of 164 books, and we read that over 2 years, and we talked about it in sessions, you know. And at the end of that time, we took 3 days of exams, which essentially accounted for the grades in 16 courses, right? And as the guy, my teacher in that was Ed Lindblom, And as he said, when I was talking to him about this program, he said, this is not the kind of program for everyone, he explained to me, confronting me with this list of 160 books that we were going to read and master. So then I'd been through this thing and I'd learned a lot, incredibly wonderful things that, and felt flowing, full of ideas. But it was the late 60s, and it was kind of important that I do something public, right? Had to get organized to do something public now. So I was headed off to the Yale Law School, which if things had proceeded in a different way, I would have been in the same class as Bill Clinton, right? And I'd also been admitted to the Harvard Law School. And then they invented something called the public policy program. I thought, this sounds interesting. And so Tom Schelling and Dick Neustadt called Ed Lindblom, and they said, we're starting off this new program and we're looking for people who might be interested in it. And Lindblom said, I've got just the guy for you, because you've always been more interested in practical problems than in academic theory. So go ahead, get this guy. And so I came up and interviewed, and I had a wonderful interview with Dick Neustadt and Tom Schelling, and they invited me to be a member of the program, and that was the beginning of it. I remember this was in 1968. Sorry, Art, this is not exactly the assignment you gave, but it's, I'm an old man wandering down memory lane and indulging myself here a little bit. But so in this, it was in the middle of the Vietnam War. I was 1A for the draft. Martha and I had gotten an apartment here, and I went off to my draft board to see whether I was going to be drafted to go to Vietnam. My friend Randy Evans was also in high school with me, and he went off to Vietnam. Right? And I've always admired him and honored him for that. I was there, and so we got in this bus, all the people that were 1A going down to the draft board in Worcester, where my friend Alan Fletcher lived. We went into this huge gymnasium, 150 guys, all of us looking around nervously at one another and stuff like that. And this was the medical exam, right? So they said, okay, all you guys strip down to your underwear. So we're all stripped down to our underwear, we're standing there. And then they said, okay, now we're going to do some exercises and let's see what kind of shape you're in. Everybody bend down. Everyone, okay. Then somebody said, well, now we're going to do a split. Like, can't do that. And the guy looked up and he said, great, you're all in. And I found myself standing in a line in which everybody was being stamped 1A. And I thought to myself, geez, I don't think I want to stand in this line particularly, although thinking about my friend Randy, I felt a little bit dishonorable and, and sort of not stepping forward. And finally, a doctor came rushing past and I stepped out of line. This is where my first deviant act occurred. I stepped out of line and I said, I don't think anybody's looked at my papers. I had torn up my knee in a wrestling injury. And the doctor was a very fancy Boston doctor because the injury had happened at a fancy school and all that sort of stuff. So the doctor rustled through the papers and he said, come with me. He took me into a back room and he wiggled both my knees and he said, they're both shot, you're out. That was my first encounter with arbitrary authority, right? And I thought to myself, shit, that was really a big deal, right? And in that particular moment, I was thinking a lot about, the power of government and what it could ask people to do and on what basis it could ask people to do things and how individuals had to respond when that particular call came. And I thought, I'm going to try to do this stuff. I'm going to try to get it better. I may not be the best citizen in the world or the best government manager and stuff, but I'm going to try to think about it and improve this situation in some way. And so I went back to the Kennedy School and went through the Kennedy School. And I literally thought that this was such a perfect fit for my interests and capabilities, this institution. All right. I like to think, I like to think about public service. I like to face up to hard intellectual puzzles. I like to encounter a variety of different kinds of people. this is where I belong. And Graham, is Graham here now? He was here briefly. Okay. Graham was the dean of the Kennedy School at that stage, and also the person who I felt the strongest intellectual kinship in the short run, because Graham was teaching a course on institutional analysis, which was the precursor to all the work we did on public management and stuff like that. And I was amazed by Graham. You know, I mean, he seemed so vibrant and intellectually smart, and he'd written this astonishing book that summarized the whole of political science that I had studied in, you know, in 3 simple models, right? And it just captured it all in a way that made it very teachable, so that the only work we had to do was to help our students see what he had to tell us about how these processes worked. So I had a wonderful time working with him, and he then helped me get an appointment. And then he did the most amazing thing. He said, "Mark, I want you to create a new field." I said, "Sure. I mean, values, world peace, new field. What the hell, you know?" And he said, "We're gonna take a new field called public management, right? And it's going to be different than public administration. Because we've got to find a way to bring in all this analytic stuff we're teaching our students and make it relevant to their day-to-day work as they are leading and managing. So I need you to go and do this." So he said, "Go over to the business school, learn from them about what they know about management, because they seem to know a lot. Learn how to teach in executive education programs, because we're going to do that." There was this amazing moment when Graham had his own you know, diagram of the Kennedy School early in the days. Do you remember this, Graham? Graham put on the board the Kennedy School of Government, a professional school of government. And then he had 3 elements. And one of them was degree programs, of which one was the public policy program, where there were only 25 students at that stage. And the other was our mid-career MPA program, which had 120 students or something like that, right? And then there was a PhD program, which we were just getting started, right? That was the degree programs. And then he drew something down here, and it was called research-oriented or problem-oriented research centers. Remember this? And then he drew over here executive education programs, all right? And he put that on in front of the faculty, and the faculty sort of stared at it. They said, "What is this?" Graham said, "Well, this is my vision of the future of the Kennedy School." I was staring at that, and I thought to myself, "My God, that's his vision, but we've only got this one little tiny thing here called the public policy program. Who the hell does he think is going to do the work on those other things?" All right. And then I looked and I thought to myself, "Oh shit, he's got me in mind for those." All right. And so I ended up working then both to create a problem-oriented research center called the Program in Criminal Justice, and also to lead the executive education programs at the Kennedy School. And what I came to understand was that this was Graham's idea about how to focus the work of the Kennedy School on the practice community. It was the way that which we were going to get to the appropriate scale, because there was money associated with each of those things, so that with which we could use to hire a larger faculty and attract many more students. But it was also more important because we could have an impact. Those were the principal devices through which the Kennedy School would be able to produce an impact beyond what it could do with its degree programs, all right? I was sold, man. I said, I went off to work in DEA, because you can imagine one of the most astonishing things about that time was that the junior faculty members, the freshly minted PhDs and stuff like that, Steve Kelman and I, were both encouraged to go off and work in the government. Not write more papers, go out and work in the government, find out what the hell's going on, see what you can do to fix it. Right? And that was strongly encouraged as a career development step at the Kennedy School at that time. So I went to work for the Drug Enforcement Administration, and I discovered that I didn't quite have the temperament for being a government manager. And I think it came to me 2 important insights about when I was working for the Drug Enforcement Administration. One was that as an academic, I'd gotten used to the idea that teaching, or that what academic work was sitting alone in your office and thinking and writing. Right? So I went to my office at DEA, and I sat in my office and thought and wrote for a while. And you know what? Nothing changed in DEA. And so then I realized that, oh my God, the work here is not sitting in your office and thinking. It's going out and talking to other people and trying to make something happen. So then I started to go out into the world and try to make something happen. And I spent 2 years walking into rooms where nobody wanted to see me. Right? It was basically the experience. I walked into room after room after room after room. Nobody wanted to see me. But I was kind of a blabbermouth and I had some ideas. And so I kept talking about things. And then I had learned at the Kennedy School under Graham's tutelage that the source of all power in organizations was to get control of the budget process. So I was the chief planning officer, right? And I asserted my right to participate in a powerful way in our annual budgeting process for the Drug Enforcement Administration organization that had about a $200 million budget, right? And so within 15 minutes of the administrator sending out this message that said I was going to play a major role in this, a guy who was the head of administration and management in DEA, all right? And this is a civil servant. He started in the federal government as a GS3 and had worked up to GS17. And later when I asked him how he'd risen so rapidly, he said he came up through naval supply, right? And he said, well, what I did was I organized trips for admirals around the world and I made sure they had a good time. And then he winked at me. I thought, oh God. But anyway, so there was this guy, right? And within 15 minutes of my getting this position, he came rushing into my office. I mean, he was a big guy. He was 6'4", you know, bulging arms, tattoos up and down his arms. And he walked in, he pounded on his desk. He said, you little fuck. He said, you're getting in my way. I'm going to destroy you. And I thought, geez, what's prepared me for this particular moment? And I realized at that stage I had a big brain, but I had some other character deficiencies that might not be quite able to stand up to this. Well, he succeeded, of course, and 2 years later I was back at Harvard. And but I came back to Harvard saying, this is where I'm going to make my life. I'm going to devote myself to helping the Kennedy School become a great professional school of government. Something
Mark,
we didn't know. Yeah.
That's actually a perfect transition. You started describing your intellectual journey.
But there's more.
I know. I'm just signposting it slightly. But your description of the intellectual journey started with what Graham Allison gave you as an assignment, and you used that word assignment a lot. And Galen Moore, your daughter, in her speech earlier today, also talked about obligations and this work almost as an obligation encounter with reality. And so the motto of the dedication rather of your book, Recognizing Public Value, is to the two founding parents of the Harvard Kennedy School. And you wrote, to Richard Neustadt and Graham Allison, they gave me a worthy assignment and kept me at it over a long career. You've already described what you understood this assignment to be, but what I'd like to ask you is what kept you at it for so long? Secondly, do you think it's done? And if not, what assignment would you give all of us to continue that journey?
Thank you so much. Can you give me those three questions again?
Yes.
Question one is.
So you've already described what you understood that assignment to be, to build a new field and to create a truly professional school. My follow-up question is, what kept you at it for so long? Secondly, do you think the work is done? The assignment is complete? And if not, what would you say the assignment is for all of us going forward?
I'm really having having a little hard time concentrating on these three. Give me the first one again.
What kept you at this assignment for so long?
Kept me at it. Yeah, we can maybe do them in sequence. You can take me through them.
I will just interrupt you gently. Yeah.
No, I mean, Steve, it's just you and me. It's where we are at this stage in life. Oh, you do? Right. It is terrible, yeah, and I agree 100%. So now what's the first question? I know, it's what kept, so it's what kept me at it. There's a real simple answer to that. The work felt incredibly important. I thought I was pretty good at it. I had the great opportunity to work with both colleagues and students on behalf of a mission that I completely believed in, and seemed like any amount of effort, any amount of risk, any amount of imagination that I could bring to bear, I was happy trying to bring that to bear. There were moments when I got, as you all know, when I got frustrated because you know the institution wouldn't move quite as fast or quite as far in the directions that I was thought was important for us to pursue in becoming a great school of government. And I had to learn how to swallow my frustration and disappointment. You couldn't help but notice in the comments that other people have made that I was grumpy for a large part of my life. You may also have noticed that that's my grandfather name is Grumpy, though it was more ironic for my children than I was for my colleagues, because it's true. It's true that I was grumpy, and I was feeling impatient and urgent about getting the job done. But we had so much, there was so much work to do, so much talent, so much opportunity. How could you say no to it? You know, it's just the work itself was its own reward. What else would I have possibly done if not this, right?
So what a lot of colleagues today have said is that you've been very successful in completing this assignment, in taking it on, and you know, changing the field, changing the way people around the world think about public management right now. So you've had a very influential voice. I also know that you don't think the work is done. You know, no field is ever done, and therefore, what do you think the assignment would be from you to us, to all of us, in continuing that work of expanding the fields, deepening our understanding of the phenomenon, developing better methods and so forth, and most of all, engaging with practice throughout that work?
Well, the engaging with practice is the easier part of that question to answer, which is I don't think we can get anywhere in our project, which is to be a great professional school of government, if we don't have a thick, ongoing, mutually challenging relationship with the people who are doing the work of providing public leadership, either in government institutions or in voluntary sector organizations of the service type or of the political type, right? Or for that matter, occasionally when we're getting some help from private sector colleagues who begin to feel like they're a public. I remember the first time that somebody said, I was sitting next to a guy in an airplane and I asked him, what do you do? And he said, well, I do public accounting. I said, holy shit, I didn't know that field existed. I've been trying to create that field. And it turned out that what public meant, what he really meant was public financial accounting, which meant the financial accounting that you had to do in response to public requirements because you're a public corporation, right? And I thought to myself, oh my God, of course. Why, isn't that interesting that all these things that we think of as commercial enterprises characterize themselves as public corporations, right? And then we give them all these licenses and, you know, and all that sort of stuff. And, so I remember my friend Dutch Leonard explaining to me at one stage too, he said, you know, Mark, he said, all organizations are public organizations, right? And I've taken that to heart very deeply because I think it's true that, you know, under a variety of different definitions of public, organizations are all kind of public. Sorry, where was I?
Well, what is your assignment for us, Mark?
Oh yeah, the assignment for you guys. So I think, I think the biggest, so the question with respect to practitioners is stay close, you know, not close enough to be corrupted, but close enough to know what their work is and to be able to offer a useful criticism. And I think that managing that balance between an academic enterprise and its professional community in a way that is mutually challenging is the hardest thing to do because you run the risk of splitting all the time. Each one is going to try to suborn the other, right? So the academics are going to try to suborn the practitioners, and the practitioners are going to try to suborn the academics, and they're going to use their confidence in their the quality of their own methods to assert their superiority, right? And the challenge will turn out to be, no, let's try to do this together, guys. Come on, let's get serious about this. So that's part of it. The other part that I think was coming up in the latter part of this session that was just before this, where I think our work is in front of us. And it has to do with, if I had to write Creating Public Value over again, and if I had to write it for this time, and I'm hoping many in this room will write this for this time, the focus on the political side would be much bigger, all right? In Creating Public Value, this is described as something called the authorizing environment, and we think about it as part of a policy development process and stuff like that. But if you widen that frame, all right, and going back to the very early days of the Kennedy School, the one way we had Graham's models to work with, right? But then we got John Steinbrenner to come and teach us something about the psychology of individual decision-making as part of that. And then I came in and I'd been studying riots, right? And social movements of one kind or another. So I added a section on riots and social movements as an important part for our students to understand and get familiar with. And those were ventures, if you will, into the world of individual psychology on the one hand, political movements on the other, right? And then, but we didn't go far enough in that direction. And that omission caused us a lot of problems in the short run. And it's causing us huge problems now because I believe that's where all the work is, right at the moment, is in the political side, all right? And so you weren't here for the last thing, Marshall, but the comments you were making about citizenship that were resonant in that, and the idea that citizenship has to be constructed. It doesn't exist automatically. It has to be nurtured and built and stuff like that. And the instruments have to be, in some sense, political, right, or associational, to use your language. And so I think that side of the kind of, I watch, my friend Archon and his group, and I watch my friend Ronnie Heifetz and Tim struggling with the challenge of influencing the values and commitments and relationships that exist among individuals and societies, as well as sort of what policies are going to be decided and how they're going to be managed, right? And that lift requires you to get into the world of what my colleague Phil Hyman once described as chilly, right? And you say, well, wait Phil, instantly, we should all just take a moment and feel sad about Phil's passing. I mean, he was an incredibly important person to me and to the Kennedy School. But so about 8 years in, he said, and he was very active in the engagement design of the public policy program and building of the Kennedy School. And he got, and he said, so there's this idea I have, Mark, called Chile. And I said, what does that mean, Phil? And he said, it stands for culture, history, institutions, law, and ethics. Chile, culture, history, institution, law, and ethics. Everything that was left out in the original conception of what our students needed to understand and be able to work within and on. Right. And I think that is true. And then along came Ronnie and Marshall with their own teaching. And they said, and in the end, Mark, the students that we graduate from here, we are certifying as people who actually know how to lead in the public sector. And we all know that that is an incredibly emotionally taxing enterprise. And that we send our students out without them being able to know and understand that they are not only, they are simultaneously the objects of cultural, historical, institutional, legal, and ethical traditions, right? They're also trying to work on those, right? And then the question is, well, what do we know about the means for working on culture, history, institution, law, and ethics? I'm trying to remember which of the speakers was talking about, I guess it was Alnor, taking this systemic approach and trying to identify the structural factors. Well, those are the structural factors, for Christ's sake. Those are the things that are operating to influence us all in our daily lives all the time in ways that are either good and just or terrible and unjust, right? And I don't think we know very much about how to successfully manage the political engagement with a population in order to help them become democratic citizens, right? And I think unless we can figure out how to do that, then I think that the basis on which we're all trying to operate, right, which is in government, in voluntary sector, in public spirited corporations, right, on behalf of a good and just society, right, it's going to fail. So I feel like we've got this big yawning gap. And I think fortunately we have at the Kennedy School resources that have developed over time. I'm actually looking at my friend Jim Sabinius sitting in the back of the room there. And I've been struck by how much the study of negotiation, sort of the micro process of getting a deal and creating a little bit of collective capacity in the negotiation, right, for the purposes of sustaining collective activity. You could think of that as a device for overcoming the collective action problem. How much of what they have to say about what makes for successful negotiations also applies on a much larger scale when we're trying to create larger collaborations for larger purposes, right? It has to do with perspective taking. It has to do with being open to a wide variety of opportunities. It has to do with imagination, as Jeff Mulgan was speaking, and stuff like that. And to be perfectly candid, I think we have a huge amount of work to do to prepare our students for the world that we're now living in, which has everything to do with our ability to create what Marshall, my friend, would call a moral community, right? But it's the kind of moral community that a liberal society wants, right? Which is the kind of moral community in which individuals can live pretty much the way they'd like to live, right? Where everybody would have an equal chance to fashion their own life and to live a dignified and autonomous life, where security could be provided that would make people feel good, but without either brutality or injustice. Whole set of things that are part of the American dream. And I've been, sometimes, so I'm doing this project now with Hannah. Very grateful for Hannah's assistance or authorization of me to interview our faculty that are teaching about public leadership to see what we think we know about dealing with that particular problem, right? That's a real different problem than the problem of figuring out the design of a good policy or the execution of a particular set of programs, or even the creation of an innovative organization, right? So I think it's the recovery of the public as a vital force in individual life and therefore in collective life that we have to recover. And that's why I said that this idea about innovations in governance might be more important for us to be thinking about these days than innovations in government.
Thank you, Mark. And the notion of citizenship that you touched on reminds me of what you told me when I first became a father about 13, 14 years ago. You said, well, there's one thing you should know about parenting, is that I have a theory about it, and it's all about turning defenseless barbarians into resourceful citizens. And then and you started to explain how many dimensions of value were captured in that statement, and it became quite interesting. But I also learned from that conversation that that's really how you look at the world in general, and that we're creating collective capacity, to become resourceful citizens. On that note, about sustaining that space for collective action and the role of leadership in that, we have a guest on Zoom that hasn't had a chance yet to say a few words about you and about this intellectual journey, and that's Ronnie Heifetz. Ronnie?
Hey, Ronnie.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I can always hear you, Ronnie. You're in my head all the time.
Vice versa. Oh, God, it's such a joy. I'm so sorry to not get to be there in person, but it's been so wonderful to get to, at least online, to get to hear the wonderful tributes to you. You so deserve it all, And I really understand what you mean and how hard it is to take in. It really is hard to take in. And the image that came to mind is from It's a Wonderful Life. And in a way, you're sort of the George Bailey of the Kennedy School, You've made such
him as sort of a feckless person, Ronnie.
No. Well, the only difference is that you've gotten to do what you really do love doing, and he had to sort of set that aside. But but you've touched so many people, and then all the people you've touched have touched so many people. And you know, it's, some people describe teaching as sort of mailing a letter and never knowing if it gets received. But you do know that a lot of those letters got received, you know, so many people that you've touched. And that includes me. I mean, I owe you my career. I was a 32-year-old student in your class as a mid-career student, just finishing my psychiatry residency, and you encouraged me along and put in some political capital to get me a one-year probationary year at the Kennedy School to experiment with teaching leadership. And then not only did you open the door for me, but then you continued to nurture me along over many, many, many years, these decades, with your extraordinary mind, the architectural mind that you have, and the plasticity of mind that you have, and the integrity, you know, the incredible model of integrity and generosity as a colleague. I really hope you can take in all the direct and indirect ways in which you have touched and contributed to people. And even if you can only take it in like a tiny sip of an exquisite wine, you know, once a week, I really hope you and your gorgeous family, it's so wonderful to see your kids grown up and grandchildren, and Martha looking great. It's just, I hope they'll all help you, you know, take that moment to celebrate the extraordinary fruits of your labor and work. And finally, I just want to say I'm thrilled that you're going to remain at the school as a research professor. And that and my guess is you'll get
made me wonder what I was doing before, but never mind. We want
I think you'll get pulled into teaching, my guess is, on occasion too. But I'm so glad that you're going to stay around as a mentor and as a source of intellectual fermentation for all of us, both in our generation and in the next generations. Thank you ever so much, Mark. I really am so deeply, deeply grateful to you for all that you've given me in the 40 years of my life and my work.
Well,
thank you, Ronnie. Go ahead, Mark.
What I was going to say is that it goes both ways. I feel like I've gotten so much from every person in this room that I simply can't believe my good fortune. And I'd like to say to each of you and all the other people that are here, that are not here, thanks from the bottom of my heart for the opportunity to work with you, learn from you, and work on this collective task we have together of creating societies which are good, just.
Mark, we're not quite there yet. We have one more special guest that will finish. I promise you, one more special guest. But let's. You see behind me, there's triangles within triangles within triangles. That's not coincidental. There's triangles all over the world. This one is in Perth in honor of you. People try to erect statues all over. This is probably too two-dimensional for you, but Egypt got it right. You know, France got it right, a triangle within a triangle. But all kidding aside, you've left a great mark on the world. And you know, the way to think about, you know, how you've influenced so many people who spoke today, including myself, is a phrase that Linda Kabulian, who I think is in the room, you know, once coined, that leadership is the process of putting people who need to change in the unavoidable path of learning. And I think that's a really wonderful way to put it. And that's your leadership. You put so many people in the unavoidable path of learning, whether they were practitioners. And as Arkan said, you know, you have a way of pushing people in a way that gets them out of their comfort zone. That sometimes, as the DEA, they didn't want to listen to you, but something keeps working in their minds, and it makes them better practitioners, better scholars, better colleagues, better thinkers, better doers, better writers, and so forth. You make people better thinkers by asking the tough questions and probing inadequate answers. You make people better writers by, as you call it, as quoting Oliver Wendell Holmes, getting to simplicity on the other side of complexity. You make people better teachers by continuously innovating the way in which we engage with theory, cases, and each other. You make people better mentors by showing what mentorship is and means and how it can help you become a better practitioner and scholar. And you make people better by caring, by not only being interested in their intellectual enterprises, but also in their personal lives and caring about the whole person. And you, most of all, make others better by showing what it is that you have inspired tens of thousands of people to be: a relentless, value-seeking entrepreneur. And I'm so grateful that I've had an opportunity to learn from you, to learn with you as my PhD advisor, as the senior faculty member who helped me become a teacher and scholar here at the school. And I was really surprised, but also really wonderfully moved by somebody else who you made better, and who is now the president of this university. And we have one final video from Larry Beckow where he talks about how you made him better. So I'd like to close with that and thank you again for everything you've done for everybody here, for the institution, and for the world. Thank you, Mark.
Hi, my name is Larry Backow. I hope people know what I do. What you may not know about me is that I was Mark's very first dissertation advisee. There's an interesting story how Mark came to be my advisor, and I'd like to tell it. I was always in awe of Mark from the very first time I'd set foot on the Kennedy School campus. He just was incredibly smart, insightful, and candidly, I wanted to be like Mark. I was fortunate that Mark was my spring exercise advisor, I should say, at the end of my first year. And, I wrote my spring exercise, and then I got Mark's comments back. And I always kept these comments in my drawer when I was teaching. So when a student would say that I was harsh on them, I would pull out Mark's comments, and here they are. And I would sort of say, I don't know what it's like to get tough feedback. I'll just read a little bit from this. It's frustrating. It's like watching a carpenter work with bent saws and fat screwdrivers. It goes on and say, it goes on at length. In fact, 3 pages of single space type comments. Boy, that impressed me later when I started commenting on student papers. At one point, it said, a third problem in the section on general thoughts. It recommends succeeding early and being cautious. If we'd wanted Polonius to do the analysis, we would have hired him. And then it ends with a great line, Mark. I have tons of additional specific comments, but if I write them now, I would write them too nasty. Thanks for not. In spite of that, I learned so much from Mark that when it came time to look for a dissertation advisor, there was only one person I wanted to advise my thesis, and that was Mark, because I knew that he would be straight with me, he would give me honest feedback, and he would make me want to be better, and he did. Mark, I'm indebted to you. You've had a wonderful career. I'm sorry I can't be with all of you today. We have a corporation meeting right now, but I look forward to joining you later this evening. Thanks so much for all you've done for Harvard and the Kennedy School. Best of luck in the next chapter.
Go now. Any more? Can we go drink? What's happening next? Thank you. Thank you very much.